Dedido, the talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Crews are still searching for more than 170 people unaccounted for after last week's catastrophic flooding in central Texas. The death toll has risen to over 120 people. Residents question the warning system. CBS's Jason Allen.
County officials have been asked repeatedly during daily press conferences about the timing of the alert, but they have yet to provide an answer.
This incident will be reviewed. You have my word.
The Roberson family tell us they did not receive any alerts and are lucky to be alive after floodwaters forced them out of their home in the middle of the night. The family became separated, and Philip Roberson rode out the storm on the roof of their house.
It's just cars floating at the house, and there's cars bouncing off the house, and I had no idea where they were.
A man and two children died in Ruidoso, New Mexico, after being swept away in a flash flood that hit the town yesterday. Neil Clausen's cabin was inundated.
I'm just trying to salvage my stuff, It's just stuff, but, I really appreciate these guys helping me out. Yeah. And we just met today, these two guys right here.
The garbage will soon be picked up in Philadelphia, and other city services are expected to resume as the city and workers' union reach a deal to end a strike, which workers still must approve. Mayor Sherelle Parker.
Philadelphia, it is over. It is true that we have reached a tentative agreement with District Council 33 on a new 3-year contract.
Parker says it includes 3% pay raises for each year of the contract. A U.S. official confirms that some munitions are again being sent to Ukraine. 5 sources with knowledge confirmed to CBS's Margaret Brennan that the State Department was cut out of last week's decision to pause some weapons shipments to Ukraine. President Trump says he will impose a 50% tariff on goods from Brazil next month. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi says Trump cites the criminal prosecution of former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro.
Bolsonaro is someone who is an ally of the president. He's often called the Trump of the tropics. So clearly there is some personal feeling here about the treatment of President Bolsonaro and the reason why this tariff rate could perhaps be higher for them.
The Secret Service has suspended several staff over the failed July 2024 assassination attempt against then-candidate Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. CBS's Nicole Skanga reports.
CBS News has learned 6 U.S. Secret Service personnel were suspended without pay for up to 6 weeks, then placed into restricted duty roles with less operational responsibility. It's the first we're learning of suspensions since the agency launched its internal investigation.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Anti-government militia is targeting weather radars in Oklahoma, believing the radars control the weather.
The founder of Veterans on Patrol, Michael Lewis Arthur Meyer, says the government is embedding technology in phones and network towers.
Not only control the weather, modify the weather, but they can do targeted individuals.
Meyer says the military is also involved.
When the military plays God with the weather, they're mocking our Heavenly Father.
A man who was caught on surveillance video vandalizing KWTV's radar in Oklahoma City has been arrested. Daniel Payne is the station's chief meteorologist.
I wish it were that easy. I wish we could turn it on and say, oh, let's make that tornado go away.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Mount Rainier is experiencing the most significant seismic activity at the volcano in more than 15 years. The U.S. Geological Survey's Cascades Volcano Observatory says there has been an earthquake swarm at the site, but they're small quakes. The last time Mount Rainier saw a large swarm was over a 3-day period in 2009 with the largest a magnitude 2.3. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
You've amassed a lot of credit card debt and have an opportunity to roll it onto a credit card with a much lower rate. Is that a good idea? I'm Greg McBride with thebankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. A balance transfer card might welcome your existing card debt at a low or even 0% interest rate, at least to start. These cards are typically offered to consumers who have good to excellent credit. If you have several cards with small outstanding balances, you might consolidate all of them onto that one new card and be left with just one monthly payment. But here are some things you need to know. Balance transfers often involve fees, and the card's interest rate may go considerably higher once the introductory period is over. Under federal law, the low teaser rate must last at least 6 months, and many balance transfer cards do keep the low rate in place for 9 to 18 months and sometimes even longer. After the transfer is complete, make sure your old cards have been paid off by checking those statements when they come. For more on this, visit bankrate.com. I'm Greg McBride.
Keep the dial here. Your radio loves it. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 2:06 p.m. and that is your time check on the bright side on Wave 105.1 FM.
Think you got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
You are tuned into Wave 105.1 FM on the bright side with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us online on our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051 or 2. You can also send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. Shout out to our sponsors over at Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Loco Jerk. Spice up your life with the hottest jerk to hit your mouth. Follow Loco Jerk 671 on Instagram and Facebook, or visit LocoJerkGuam.com. Micropack is open at their Timoning and Mall location. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions, Guam premier provider of professional security services. Sherwin-Williams, rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Defend your home with Sherwin-Williams Loxin, engineer for Guam's dry to wet season shift. Built tough, made to last. Protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Anigua if you are heading northbound to the intersection in front of the governor's office. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Hagåtña if you are heading southbound to the intersection near the Chief Kapua Park. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Timoning if you are heading northbound to the intersection near the John F. Kennedy High School. See here, slow traffic on Route 1 in Timoning if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 14. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. From today, Thursday, July 10 to Saturday, July 12 from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., motorists are advised that the DPW HMC crew, along with staff from the Department of Agriculture, will be trimming trees along the Route 1 in Hagåtña in preparation for the Liberation Day parade. Motorists should proceed with caution through the area and should expect temporary lane shifts and closures throughout the week. And that is your Real Deal traffic report here on the Bright Side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome to it. Another Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Biba Webis. It's Thursday, July 10, 2:12 in the afternoon. We're going to go straight to the phone lines because our friends from the Guam Public Library system are hanging out with us. I believe right now we have Brian Pacheco, who is a library technician with the Guam Public Library. Hafa Adai, Brian.
Hafa Adai.
Is it just you right now?
No, Janelle's here as well.
Oh, Janelle, Hafa Adai, administrative assistant, right, over at the Guam Public Library?
Yes.
Where are you guys headquartered at? Over at Hagåtña?
Yes, that's correct.
That used to be my old stomping grounds, even Isa. We used to hang out there after school and just wait for our parents to get off work. You know, we used to rent movies, too.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day. You still have movies? Okay. Awesome. So I saw this press release that came in from the Guam Public Library, and so I kind of wanted to allow you guys, Janelle and Brian, to share with us the exciting news over at the Guam Public Library system.
Thank you so much for the opportunity and for having us on your show today. We wanted to share with the community of Guam that we relaunched our ebook collection. And it's here to stay. You know, we're the library is actually always looking at improving our services and our operations, and this is one of the key things that we needed to bring back. So that's what we wanted to share today. Is that our ebook collection, our ebooks are here, and if you don't already have a library card, come down and get one.
So, understanding that you found it important to bring it back, so why did it go in the first place, and then what inspired you guys to bring it back?
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
What we need to do is let's go back to how it came to be in the first time around, right?
Okay.
So, we wanted to give credit to Melvin Wampat Borja, who is currently the president of the Department of Chamorro Affairs. And in 2021, he was our acting director for the library. Mr. Wampat Borja was really instrumental during his time here in helping us apply for a grant with the Department of Interior. The library was successful in submitting our grant in April of 2021, and what that meant is that we went live in 2023 with the ebook collection.
Nice. So you went live, and then how did we lose it, or were there some things that had to come into play for us to bring it back? And then you mentioned it's here to stay now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, the funding expired.
Such
the
is
first
life.
time we brought it around.
Yeah.
But the library has worked very hard to secure funding.
Nice.
And we were successful in obtaining a 3-year contract. So, that will allow us time to make sure that the services are continuous. And we don't foresee any future pauses in the ebook collection. So that's why we say that it's here to stay.
Understood. And for those who have never tried borrowing an ebook before, how does that all work?
So it's actually a fairly simple process.
Okay.
The only thing that a patron will need is a library card to begin with. They can come into any of our branches and sign up for that. It's completely free to do. And then once you do have a library card, you're able to either access it through Overdrive, which would be a browser-based inventory, or you can use Libby, which will be an app. And they both come from the same inventory. And we provide steps on how to go about this in all of our information packets that come with our library cards as well.
I need to get another one. How do they look? How do they look now? Man, those things are like what do you call it? I would say you can put those in museums back in the day. My 1990s library
they're good
card.
For 5 years now.
Yeah. Do they look like credit cards?
I have one.
You do?
Yeah.
See, Issa still has hers.
I went there last year actually, and I got a new card.
Yeah.
And it's almost like an ID card. It's plastic.
Okay.
And it's nice because it has like a pink floral background on it. Yeah.
Wow. How is it free?
So actually, all of our services are free.
Okay.
The only time that money comes into play is if you need to make some photocopies, or if you wanted to get some digital pictures, prints made from our pictures that we have in our archive.
Yeah.
Or, unfortunately, if you have overdue books, or let's say you lost your books, those are the only times that money will come into play. Other than that, all of our services are free, and that includes the ebook collection.
Wow.
And then going back to what you said earlier, Pauly, is you said, I think you misplaced yours or you don't have one.
Yeah.
Just to get a replacement card, though, only costs 75 cents.
Wait, so would I still be in the system? That was in the 90s.
So we can check that.
Wow.
You may be.
Wow.
You have a Brian says you may be.
Wow.
That's not a problem. It's only 75 cents for a replacement.
If it's been that long, no charge for that.
Like 30 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I use it to travel?
Unfortunately, no.
So it's not in a replacement of a real ID. Okay.
No, smart ID.
Not yet.
Okay, got it. Let me see here. Okay, so what kind of devices can we use to access these ebooks?
So to access Overdrive, you can use a computer, and through that, they either allow you to read the books through a browser or through an EPUB ebook download.
Okay.
But for the Libby app, you can use your computer. There's a browser version of Libby. You can also use a tablet, Kindle. You can use a smartphone. All of these are able to access.
What?
Either.
Is it in the App Store right now?
Mm-hmm. Libby, yes.
I'm gonna download that right now. And so you were saying, though, that you need, Libby, the library app.
Yep.
Okay. And so you were saying, though, to set up an account, though, I'm going to need to use my library card membership number?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. So the barcode on your library card is what you'll use.
Ah, awesome. Okay. And so... when we talk about reading and whatnot, being literate, right? Why is that? Why are we where we are today with technology and whatnot? Why is it important to have a program like this where books are available online here in our community, here in Guam?
So to answer your question, this part I'm really passionate about, and I'm sure that my fellow coworkers share the same passion. I'm gonna answer your question by saying, with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, right? GPLS, the Guam, and the entire world, as well as to include the educational community, really suffered, right? When we went into COVID-19. And what the library found was that our traditional core services weren't enough. We weren't able to get out these traditional core services, and that the digital services was what was going to be needed. What was also very apparent, and again, this is not just Guam, it's not just GPLS, it's worldwide, right? Is that there was a digital divide. And what that meant, what we were able to see is that, we have patrons. It's one of our core demographics that we serve, that weren't able to get technology, have access to technology and the internet, and to be able to get whatever resources they could on devices. So that was one of the key things that were, I guess, the driving force in bringing ebooks around the first time. It was, trying to reduce or close the digital divide here on Guam.
Yeah.
And have these services available. So, God forbid we ever go into something like that again, our library patrons and the community of Guam will still be able to access the resources that they want and that they need.
And you guys are calling this ebook extravaganza?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's just like, extravaganza is something spectacular. And we believe that this is something spectacular to share.
Yeah. And so it says here in your release, the library system is hosting the Digital Fiesta with a variety of online events and activities with ebooks, right? And so ebook extravaganza, explore the library's ebook collections and discover new favorites. Do you guys have your favorites in this collection? Can you name a few?
So I'm pretty partial to anything by Tolkien, the
Heck
Hobbit,
yeah.
Lord of the Rings, that sort of a thing.
Yeah. And for you, Janelle?
Nothing in particular. Just I guess I like romance books, so anything of that in that genre.
Okay, yeah, that's like I know somebody very special to me that likes to read those books every now and then when I'm looking over.
So Bridgerton fans, if I'm not mistaken, that's available in the Libby app.
Yeah.
If we don't already have it, we'll get it.
What about can they become audiobooks too? Will it?
There are audiobooks.
Yeah.
It's a separate sort of item than the ebooks, but we do have audiobooks available as well.
Through the same app?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, Pauly, can I just add about the audiobooks?
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian, for that.
Yeah.
What Overdrive, which is the company that makes this possible, right? Because Libby is the app that's powered by Overdrive.
Okay.
What this company is able to do with the audiobooks is, we recognize that not everybody has great bandwidth, right?
Right.
Great internet speed, and that's prevalent here on Guam as well, right?
Right.
So what they've done with the audiobooks is that they broke down the parts to smaller parts so that you could download it on your device, and then you could take it home and listen to it there, and it'll work. If you download it will work whether you have internet or not.
Right.
And then going back to, I think, your earlier question with the Libby app, you don't necessarily have to use the Libby app. You can actually, let's say you don't have a device, right? And the only way that you are able to read an ebook or listen to an audiobook is by coming to your public library. That's still not a problem because you can log on to whatever computers or laptops that we may have available.
Yeah.
Pull up the Libby browser app, Libby browser,
Mm-hmm.
and then with your library card, be able to access the ebooks that you want or the audiobook.
Wow, that's really impressive. Because to be honest with you, like, I love, we love reading, right? But then every now and then, you're in the car and you want to finish the story, or you're cooking even. And so these audiobooks become even more popular because when you're actively doing some things like cooking, or even for myself out doing yard work, right? I'm listening to podcasts or an audiobook. And so I was kind of on the fence with audiobooks, but now I find myself, when I look at what I'm doing, right, and my family is doing, I see us doing more of those audiobooks.
Yeah, so I kind of share those same sentiments personally, because my husband does the same thing. Is he listens to audiobooks while he's cooking.
Yeah.
So we get to.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much for all of this information, because I was just trying to figure out how does this all work, and so it's starting to really make sense to me. And so you also talk about self-help books, right? And so those things have actually really helped me in my younger years, especially like ASVAB, taking the ASVAB for dummies. And so there's some self-help books in your ebook collection, right?
Yes. So we have like, the traditional sort of self-help book, like the Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up by Marie Kondo to improve your organizational skills. Atomic Habits by James Clear to try to instill good behavior in our personal habits, things like that. But then, like you said, there's also things for self-improvement, like study aids. So someone who's looking to take the ASVAB, someone who's interested in getting their GED, someone who's studying for the Praxis. Like these are also resources that are going to be available. And then even further along in like the idea of self-improvement, there's things like spirituality, religion, all of those sort of subjects that all kind of fall under this umbrella of improving yourself.
Absolutely. So, and I really appreciate, right, because sometimes when we think of the Guam Public Library, and I will still say it's very important to have these in our community. I would say that it is not a substitute. I would say that it is an extension of what the Guam Public Library system does, right? And so can you talk about how important it is just to be in the community, whether it's ebooks or brick and mortar? Because that's kind of where I want to go to next is for somebody like myself that needs to get renew my library card. I can't do this online, right? I would still have to go into the library, and I know there's one down in Hoggett, and then there's the one in Barragata, and then Hagatnya, and you guys still have the one up in Dedido, right?
Yes, we do. So actually, you can do most of your application online nowadays.
Oh, what?
You still have to come in to pick up the card physically, sign a few things, but a lot of the application can be done online now. Yeah.
Okay. And so I didn't even know you guys had like your whole website. Do you have a website?
Yeah, we do. We have our website. Also, our catalog is available through OPAC, so you're able to search through the books that we have physically as well.
So actually, just to add on to what Brian says, our website is actually undergoing construction.
Okay.
So if you're not able to access it, please just give us some time while we work through that.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. But in the meantime, a lot of our information you can find on our Instagram account or our Facebook page.
Got it.
So,
no worries. You're not the only one. There's I think I was trying to go to Office of Homeland Security too, and that one was down too.
Yeah.
Let me see here. So the offer, I think we're okay. So yeah, you're right. Facebook, and then your phone number 671-475-4751 or 4752. Again, it's this is free. The accessing your ebooks is free. You must have an existing library card or be a member, and then visit any of the library locations to pick up the card. So right now, though, with the website down, though, I would have to go in, right?
Yeah. So
okay.
The best way would be just to come in, sign up
yeah.
for the card. Like I said, either way, we'll still need like some signatures, supporting documents like an ID and your something that has your address on it as well, just to verify.
Nice.
But after that, yeah, everything is free. You just sign up for your card.
And the process is fairly simple.
Oh, it was easy in the 90s.
It shouldn't take you long.
Yeah, absolutely. I get it. And then how does that all work, too, in the app, right? Because, when you borrow a book, you have to return it in a certain amount of days. And you're pretty liberal about the amount of time that we can hold on to a book. But with the ebooks, like, is it just like in my little, like, list of books that I read, and it's there till forever?
Oh, not forever. So the way it works is you check out the book through Libby or Overdrive.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to have it for 2 weeks. You can renew it. But if, for instance, someone is waiting to check the book out after you, they can get a notification and put it on hold so that once you return it, they have 72 hours to pick it up before it is available to the next person who either has it on hold or the general public if they're interested in it.
Wait, through ebooks?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was just like 1,000 people could be reading the same through the electronic device, right? All at the same time.
So it's more like the ebooks are more similar to physical books in that sense, I suppose. Like we have limited numbers of copies of each one. And then we can procure more if there's more demand for a specific one. But yeah, it'll be similar to the way our actual physical inventory works.
I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. All right. And so we all know where the Hagåtña Library is. It's right there at the intersection where Hagåtña Shopping Center is. Monday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and then Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Barrigada Library, I know where that is. Barrigada Community Center. It's you guys are sharing a space, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Monday and Wednesday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Closed for lunch from 12 to 1. The Dedido Library, I'm not familiar.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again?
Oh, the Dedido Library. I'm not familiar where that one is at.
That one is actually right next to the Dedido Mayor's office and across the street from the Dedido Catholic Church.
Okay, that is easy to find. Tuesday and Thursday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Closed for lunch from 12 to 1. Hoggett Library, I'm familiar with. Tuesdays and Thursday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Again, closed for lunch from 12 to 1. And the Zotnya Library, I'm not familiar with.
So Zotnya is actually right next door to the Zotnya Mayor's office, and if I remember correctly, it's nearby the fire station as well.
Okay. Monday and Wednesday.
It's actually, what is it called? Buenas Market?
Yes.
It's like a little bit in the back of that.
All right. Yeah. Monday and Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Closed for lunch from 12 to 1.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And every office is staffed with their own people, or are you guys like moving around?
So the reason why our branch locations, Barrigada, Dedido, Hagen, and Zotnya, are only open the days that you specify,
right,
is because we are unfortunately short-staffed. But if you visit us at Hagåtña, there's more days that we're open, which is Monday through Thursday and Saturday.
Right. Now, I'm just grateful that you actually have these libraries within our village, right? So you've got 2 down south, one supporting the west side and another supporting the east side. Dededo up north, Barragata in the central area, and then obviously the Hagåtña Library, historic Hagåtña Library, right across the court. And so I'm even grateful that you guys. So this is live right now. Like people with the library card already, and they download the Libby app. They can start accessing these ebooks right now.
Correct.
Yes.
Nice. Well, thank you guys so much for having this conversation with me. Is there anything else, Janelle, Brian, that you guys want to share?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
We wanted to take this time to thank the Office of the Governor. The Governor and the Lieutenant Governor have always supported the Guam Public Library System through many of the various initiatives that the library has had, to include expanding our resources, whether it was prints or digital or technology upgrades. They have approved funding through the various grants and appropriations, and it's because of their continued support, for the education initiative, especially with the ebooks, that GPLS has been able to fulfill its mission in promoting literacy and lifelong learning. And we also wanted to take the time to thank IMLS, which stands for the Institute of Museum and Library Services. This is our grantor that we've had for more than 2 decades, and they've been our primary source in federal support, which goes towards supporting the community's needs and programs. So a lot of the things that GPLS has been able to do thus far, and what we're continuing to do for the future, has been made possible through IMLS. Additionally, we'd also like to thank our library GPLS Board of Directors and our director, Angie Taitugui. All of these key players were very instrumental in bringing ebooks back.
Very cool. I remember when you guys used to do, maybe you still do it. Do you guys still do Dr. Seuss Day? Celebrate at the library? Like, what is it, in March?
Yes, in March, that's for sure. COVID-19 threw a wrench in a lot of our library programs and services that we provided. But, like I said, I think I said earlier, we're actively working at improving our services and operations. So we hope to bring that back very soon. I do want to add one more thing, Pauly.
Yes.
We actually have a new digital service that we're going to be launching soon.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to stay tuned to our social media to find out what that is.
Okay. Do you mind? Verna is a teacher, and she teaches 4th grade. She's on our other line. She just wants to ask about the library app, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah? And just see if we can get her on. Verna, you're on the air with Brian.
Hi. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm having fun looking at my app right now.
Okay, so you are on.
I thought I deleted it because we couldn't do it anymore. And oh my gosh, as I'm just skimming through, I'm excited, and school's about to start, so I'm definitely going to talk to my students about it. I mean, man, the breakdown that they have as I just opened it to peek at it. Summary, 70 titles chosen by our librarians. Dive into mystery, 49 titles chosen by librarians. And then I kept on browsing, going through, there's nonfiction, and then, wait, I'm trying to find, just added, I'm flipping through everything. There, it says here, up close and personal. Peek into the lives of some of the world's most interesting minds with their memoirs. So you got the biography of Matthew Perry, Britney Spears.
Oh, wow.
And then Mariquita, a story about Guam. Listed in the list. So that's so cool.
Oh, wow. So there are local authors. Their books are in this too.
Yes, there are.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, I am so impressed. I can't wait to let my Mully know, who's a reading teacher at Benevente Middle School. She's in a class right now, but when she's done, I'm going to make sure that she hurries up and opens up her Libby app, because she was using it a lot and then it shut down because of funding and whatnot. Then she ended up using it. Her daughter, who lives in Washington, she ended up using her public library one, the one in Washington State, and now she gets to use her own. So it's exciting, and I can't wait to share with my the International Literacy Association to kind of get it going. To
That's right.
help teachers to kind of like promote the use of our public library and having the Libby app and everything. I mean, my gosh, I'm so excited.
She's on the board.
Thank you
Verna,
so much for your excitement.
she's on the board for the original readathon that goes out there.
Literacy Association.
Yeah.
With Dr. Matilda Rivera. They know who she is also.
She's one of our board members.
Yeah, so I'm excited, and I can't wait to kind of share it. I'm going to start sending, like the link to the app for people that have iPhone or, Android, because they need to do this.
For sure.
It's so easy.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Well, thanks again, Brian and Janelle. I really appreciate this. And then, like you were mentioned in your release, too, the Guam Public Library is a vital resource for the community, providing access to information, education, and cultural enrichment. The library offers a wide range of services, including print and digital collections, programs for all ages, and access to technology. And I didn't want to leave you guys without any lasting words.
Come and visit us.
There you go. Thanks, Janelle. Thanks, Brian. I appreciate the opportunity. And so, like you said, whatever you're going to be launching digitally, please let us know. We would be so happy to share that here with our audience once again.
Thank you. We'll do.
Okay. Take care. Adios.
Care.
2:41 in the afternoon. Again, Brian and Janelle sharing with us the release that has come out from the Guam Public Library system. Get ready to turn the digital page. Ebooks are back, and it is here to stay. And just like Verna had shared with us, it is live right now. You'll download the Libby app, and then you'll have access as long as you have your library card. So see that, Issa? You can get in there a whole lot faster than me.
Okay, wow.
And so follow them on their Facebook, the Guam Public Library's Facebook, and Instagram. And I didn't even know these guys are on Instagram too. Guam PLS is on. That's their tag on Instagram, and then on Facebook, I found them Guam Public Library System. The number again, 671-475-4751 or 4752. All right, we'll take our break. 2:42 in the afternoon, Wave 105.
CBS News Brief as the search goes on for more than 170 people missing in flooding in central Texas. Officials are asking residents to hold off on some recovery efforts. Here's Kerr County Sheriff Larry Letha.
Community members are asked not to conduct debris management of their property until directed by law enforcement. There is also a no burn ban in Kerr County at this time till further notice.
And at least 3 people, including 2 young children, are dead in flooding in the mountain village of Ruidoso, New Mexico. CBS's Carter Evans is there.
Well, authorities spent the day searching for people who may still be missing, though it appears everyone's been accounted for. They've been focusing on areas that they couldn't reach before dark last night.
Striking City of Philadelphia employees have agreed on a contract that will end a more than week-long strike. Residents are relieved.
Well, I'll believe it when the trash leaves and we're able to take the trash to curbside again. But I'm on the side of the workers, like whatever they want. Give them what they want.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
You've amassed a lot of credit card debt and have an opportunity to roll it onto a credit card with a much lower rate. Is that a good idea? I'm Greg McBride with thebankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. A balanced transfer card might welcome your existing card debt at a low or even 0% interest rate, at least to start. These cards are typically offered to consumers who have good to excellent credit. If you have several cards with small outstanding balances, you might consolidate all of them onto that one new card and be left with just one monthly payment. But here are some things you need to know. Balanced transfers often involve fees, and the card's interest rate may go considerably higher once the introductory period is over. Under federal law, the low teaser rate must last at least 6 months, and many balanced transfer cards do keep the low rate in place for 9 to 18 months and sometimes even longer. After the transfer is complete, make sure your old cards have been paid off by checking those statements when they come. For more on this, visit bankrate.com. I'm Greg McBride.
I'm Larry Magid with the Connect Safely report. I have family members who swear that their phones are listening to them. They have a conversation, perhaps in their living room, and minutes later they see an ad related to that conversation. It may seem like anecdotal evidence, but what's really happening is predictive profiling. Apps and ad networks are tracking what you search, browse, and even what your friends are searching. And with enough data, they can guess what you're interested in before you say it out loud. That said, there are apps that actually could be listening because they have permission to access your microphone. So unless you have complete trust in an app, you might consider going into Settings on iOS or Android and turning off the permission for that app to access your microphone. You'll find more at connectsafely.org/radio. With the Connect Safely Report, I'm Larry Magid for CBS News.
Get ready to run for something bigger than the finish line. It's the Run for Wishes, Saturday, September 13th at Leo Palace Resort. Choose your distance, 2K, 5K, 10K, or half marathon, and help grant life-changing wishes for children through the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Guam and CNMI. Every step you take brings hope. Every mile makes a difference. Early registration opens soon. Run for Wishes at Leo Palace Resort, brought to you by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Glimpses Media, Protection Concepts Unlimited, and Cars Plus Guam.
Hafa Adai Guam, it's The Guam Guy, and my podcast is now playing on Wave 105. Catch me every third Friday right after Patty at 10 a.m. for all things environment and adventure on The Guam Guy Show.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good To Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
It's the July Freedom Sales Event at Guam Auto Spot. Drive home a brand new 2025 GMC Canyon for as low as $336 per paycheck, or the 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for just $198 per paycheck. Active and retired military members get special discounts just for serving. Plus, check out our huge selection of quality used cars, priced to move. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO. Celebrate freedom. Drive with AutoSpot.
Now's the time for your real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Manning if you are heading southbound to the intersection that leads to Route 14. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Manning if you are heading northbound to the intersection near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Zonia if you are heading southbound. If you are heading southbound, this is near in front of the 7-Day Supermarket, and now I have your traffic advisory for the week. Pavement striping and marking activities will continue along Route 1 between Route 8 and Route 6 intersection in Hagåtña from today, Thursday, July 10 to tomorrow, Friday, July 11. Work hours will be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Intermittent lane closures in both directions are expected during work hours. Motorists are advised to plan accordingly and proceed with caution. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the bright side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Be my cradle, be my womb.
All right. Welcome back to Brightside right here on Wave 105. Viva Webis is Thursday, July 10th. 671-922-1051 or 1052 is the number. I downloaded the app. And so, obviously I can't borrow anything right now, right? Because I don't have access to my library card. But I am able to look at what is in the library, right? And so they do have a lot of local books, right? Or books about Guam. There's one called Tip of the Spear, or something. When I'm reading the synopsis, I'm like, I definitely want to read this. In Tip of the Spear, Alfred Pareto Flores argues that the U.S. occupation of the island of Guam, one of the most heavily militarized islands in the Western Pacific Ocean, was enabled by a process of settler militarism. During World War II and the Cold War, Guam was a launching site for both covert and open U.S. military operations in the region. And so that's a book that we can borrow on this Libby app. And there's actually a bunch of them, too. See, over 950 titles. Wow, that have just been added. Craig Santos Perez, Navigating Tomorrow Poetry. Don Farrell, I've read some stuff from Don. Atomic Bomb Island is on here as well. Indigenous Literatures from Micronesia is on here. Mariquita, yeah, see? Chris Paris Howard, yeah. Mariquita Revisited is on here. Archipelago of Resettlement is on here. Very interesting. The Forgotten Island. All right. Very cool. So now I just got to go get my library card. There is this statement from Congressman Jim Moylan clarifying concerns regarding Guam EPA funding. So this was brought to our attention when Michelle Lastimosa, the director, or I don't know, when I first noticed it, Michelle Lastimosa was speaking at a public hearing that had to do with emergency funding for Guam EPA. And she had shared that practically in the big beautiful budget bill, they're going to be losing their federal grants. Not this year and not in fiscal year 2026, but more than likely in fiscal year 2027. So Congressman Jim Moylan puts out this release saying, in light of recent concerns regarding the future of funding for Guam EPA, I want to provide some clarity and reassurance on the issue. Guam EPA serves a critical dual and indispensable role in our island, safeguarding our natural environment and supporting national defense. As a strategically located U.S. territory, Guam relies on uninterrupted EPA operations to ensure environmental compliance for both civilian infrastructure and military construction. Every branch of the U.S. military depends on timely EPA reviews and permitting to advance mission-critical projects. Any disruption to this funding would not only hinder local development, but also undermine key national security initiatives essential to the Indo-Pacific region. Our office has been actively monitoring the issue since May 2nd, when concerns first emerged following the release of the White House proposed skinny budget. So according to this release, Congressman Moylan saying they've been tracking it even earlier than last week. He said, I took early proactive steps to protect funding for Guam EPA's continued operations, including formally submitting funding requests to the House Appropriations Committee. I made clear that sustaining these federal grant accounts is essential to both Guam's environmental resilience and our strategic role in national defense. We have consistently advocated with the House Appropriations Committee, fellow House members, and the U.S. EPA to protect these critical funding streams. That work continues. Our commitment remains firm. We will keep pressing federal partners to ensure Guam's needs are acknowledged and that this essential funding is sustained. So that is the latest from Congressman Jim Moylan on the concerns of EPA funding, right? There's a couple others here. In the 3 o'clock hour, start playing some audio files from this morning's public hearing, specifically on a bill that proposes to waive vehicle license plate and registration fees for World War II, Korean War, and Vietnam War veterans, right? This is Bill 149, and the main sponsor of the bill is Senator Therese July. And so it's very enlightening, very inspiring testimonies, and I would like to share that with our audience here in the 3 o'clock hour. And I saw that Senator July has put out a release, but we'll save that in just a bit. The governor's office has sent a release about Korean Air leadership eager to double air service to Guam. Governor Lulian Guerrero and Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and GVB have been working diligently to increase flights to Guam as the island's tourism industry continues to recover from the impact of COVID-19, Typhoon Mawar, and the rapidly changing global tourism landscape. Korean Air has agreed to increase the number of night flights from Incheon to Guam from 1 to 2 flights per day. If the Guam legislature agrees to fund incentives, we're just having this conversation with Regine Bisco Lee, the president of GVB, earlier this week, because she had shared that at last week's economic meeting, right? The special economic meeting at the Guam legislature. And she was talking about these incentives, and then we had a conversation with her too. And so it was Senator Therese July that asked, well, how much do you think you're going to need for this? And so she had, the president, Regine Bisco Lee, said, well, you know, for right now, we've moved some things around administratively, warm bodies even, so that we can afford to provide these incentives. But if we want to continue that in fiscal year 2026, we are going to be looking to the legislature, and however, wherever funding that you can find for this program, we would greatly appreciate it, and the importance of these incentives, right? And so she threw out a number of $10 to $11 million is what would be needed. So this release here says, if the Guam legislature agrees to fund incentives, this is welcome news as Guam continues to rebuild and diversify its tourism base following the global pandemic and evolving regional travel trends. Guam is a favorite destination for Korean visitors, and we want to create more opportunities to welcome them here. This is Governor Lulian Guerrero making a statement. Whether it's adding new routes, working with travel agents, or supporting promotions with our tourism partners, we are committed to strengthening our tourism industry and economy. I hope the legislature will be just as willing to work with us and appropriate the funding necessary to secure and sustain this growth. Korean Air conducts regular promotion campaigns and recently brought 103 top travel agents to Guam for a 3-night, 4-day stay. Feedback from the agents was overwhelmingly positive, and the agents were able to stay at various hotel properties across the island. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio says more seats mean more opportunities for our tourism industry, more support for local businesses, and greater access for our residents to the world. The investments we make today in expanding air service are about securing a brighter, more connected future for Guam. The governor also confirmed that low-cost air carrier Air Busan is working on opening direct flights from Busan to Guam, a move that complements a broader goal of expanding access from new and underserved cities. Korean Air confirmed that although its merger with Asiana Airlines is not yet complete, multiple subsidiaries, including Air Busan, are expected to consolidate into 2 major carriers by the end of 2026. The president and CEO, Regine Bisco Lee, said in this release, "This is great news for Guam. More flights mean more opportunities for tourism, for our local economy, and for cultural exchange. We look forward to working closely with Korean Air and our tourism industry partners to make these opportunities a reality. These increased flights are a direct result of the governor's mission to Korea last November. During that trip, she and GVB officials met face-to-face with CEOs from Korean Air, Jeju Air, Jin Air, and T-Way, with specific goal of increasing flights to Guam to help boost Guam's tourism industry. GVB and the airport leadership followed up with Korean Air in April of this year as part of an ongoing effort to increase arrivals from Korea to Guam. Korean Air has expressed interest in exploring a direct route between Taichung, Taiwan, and Guam, a request supported by the mayor of Taichung. So again, the release states here, Korean Air has agreed to increase the number of night flights from Incheon to Guam from 1 to 2 flights per day if the Guam legislature agrees to fund incentives. How much is that? At last Thursday's special economic meeting, where the Guam Visitors Bureau president was at, Senator Therese Terlai asked, well, how much? What does that look like? Can you give us a number? And she said about $10 to $11 million in fiscal year 2026. 3:01 in the afternoon. We will take the break. KGUM-FM, indebted to Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. CBS News Los Angeles reports the Los Angeles Fire Department is at the scene of a tunnel collapse. 28 people are said to be trapped inside the industrial tunnel. The collapse has damaged communication lines. Authorities have not been able to contact the people trapped inside, and now we are getting word that some people are being brought out of that tunnel now. As the search for the missing goes on in central Texas, we're learning more about how some people escaped the flash flooding. Kelsey Cravey says her mother and stepfather were in their mobile home in Kerrville, not knowing it was already floating down the river when 3 strangers got them out of danger.
They opened the window and started shining flashlights outside of the window, just screaming, hollering, and finally they heard a semi-truck honking the horn.
CBS's Karen Hua says the flooding created an unimaginable amount of debris.
At least 120 people have been confirmed dead, and more than 170 remain missing across the state. Now, rescue workers say a key challenge in the search is sifting through miles of land and water.
We are finding vehicles and RVs deep inside the debris that you can't even see from the outside.
That was Kerr County Sheriff Larry Letha. Israel and Hamas are considering a new U.S.-backed proposal for a temporary ceasefire in Gaza. CBS's Elizabeth Palmer says for people on both sides, a ceasefire can't come soon enough.
Every day without a ceasefire in Gaza is another day of hunger. Another day of Israeli airstrikes that kill the innocent. In Israel, too, every day without a ceasefire is a day of mourning for young soldiers killed in the fighting and for the hostages held by Hamas for a year and 8 months.
Ukrainian officials said Wednesday that Russia had overnight launched its largest drone attack in a single day since Russia invaded. Meanwhile, CBS's Weijia Zhang says there's still confusion over who ordered a pause in weapons shipments to Ukraine.
The president has pledged to send more military support to Ukraine after the U.S. halted shipments last week, which have since resumed. Trump says he does not know who ordered the pause.
Well, I haven't thought about it because we're looking at Ukraine right now and munitions, but I have not gone into it.
Among the weapons headed for Ukraine, precision-guided rockets. And our top story of the hour, it is a developing story. CBS News Los Angeles is reporting the L.A. Fire Department is at the scene of a tunnel collapse. 28 people were said to be trapped inside the industrial tunnel. We're now hearing that some people are being brought out of that tunnel now. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Pro USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-880-5155. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Pro USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-880-5155. 800-880-5155. That's 800-880-5155.
Pressure from the Trump administration has prompted another large national company to roll back its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Details from CBS News business reporter Jason Brooks.
T-Mobile sent a letter to Federal Communications Commission Chair Brendan Carr saying that the wireless operator is ending its diversity, equity, and inclusion-related policies, not just in name, but in substance. T-Mobile is making the move as the company waits for the FCC to greenlight two deals. Its $4.4 billion acquisition of U.S. Cellular and its $4.9 billion joint initiative with asset manager KKR. Carr earlier this year told Bloomberg that any businesses looking for FCC approval should end their forms of DEI discrimination.
Samsung on Wednesday introduced updates to its foldable devices lineup and said it will expand its partnership with Google to inject more AI into its products. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Nothing but the best. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 3:06 p.m. and that is your time check on the bright side on Wave 105.1 FM.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Shout out to our sponsors over at Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Loco Jerk. From our family farms to your family tables, savor the freshness. Follow Loco Jerk 671 on Instagram and Facebook or visit LocoJerkGuam.com. Micropack is open at their Timuning and Mall location. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions, delivering operational excellence in protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. Sherwin-Williams, rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Seal your roof with Sherwin-Williams Silicone Roofing, engineered for Guam's toughest weather. From blazing sun to pounding rain, protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Wise Out Animal Hospital. The Go Guam Support Loco campaign is proudly sponsored by Wise Out Animal Hospital, where we treat your pets like the valued family members they are. Wise Out, your other family doctor. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Sinahanya if you are coming from Hagåtña heading to the intersection near the Central Precinct. Slow traffic on Route 16 if you are heading to the intersection and near the Harmon McDonald's restaurant. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from today, Thursday, July 10th. from tomorrow, Friday, July 11 to Saturday, July 12, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Motorists are advised that the DPW HMC crew will be performing roadside maintenance, median maintenance, and side cutting along Route 2A in Santa Rita, Sumay. There will be intermittent lane closures. The DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your Real Deal traffic report here on the Bright Side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door. She liked DVDs, tattoos, and Paramore. She'd say Hafa Adai.
All right, welcome back to Brightside right here on Wave 105. We're online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Our number, 671-922-1051 or 1052. Biba Webis, it's Thursday, July 10. To the phone lines we go. Ben is on the line. Hafa Adai, senor.
You guys, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we got this F-15 Tomcats coming in, man. What is the time? Sometimes two of them, and I'd be out there showing them the peace sign and the thumbs up like, hey, you want to give me a ride?
So you
want to know why they notice me?
Because why they know you? Why?
Why they notice me?
Oh, why they notice you? Why?
Because you'll step on his brake lights. And
that
do
joke.
One of those, swing left, right. It's like, yeah.
That joke will land. That's
but
another.
They come low, man. I can see him wearing his shades. And when the helicopters come by, I'd be waving at them, too. I'd be calling them down, hey, man, give me a ride. Just, work on down to Adelup and back and just drop me off. But yeah, they come in, man. You got to deal with that every other day, sometimes every day. And they come in low because the base is right behind me to land. You can see them. And they're loud, man. They're real loud. Pretty soon we're going to be protesting for hearing aids up there.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, I mean.
Hey, you can feel your window shaking, man. But anyway.
There is such a thing as air pollution.
There's no such as air pollution when it comes to Guam. Attorney Pete Sumter's where you at? Now I know why I should have voted for you.
What's going on?
I should have voted for Pete Sumter's governor, man. If you're running for governor, you might as well forget about his oaths. You can never see that guy, man. I haven't heard him talk one time.
Who?
Our Attorney General.
Oh, he's active. I mean, he'll be at the public hearings every now and then. He was last week.
Well, that's about all. And after that, you can't see him you can't see him nowhere. And it's like when he was running for Attorney General, he was on Tony's show every day.
To be fair, I haven't invited him. I should probably invite him.
You should, man. We should.
I'll invite him. I'll ask him if. So I'm just. So what do we even want to talk about, though? I mean.
We're going to give him a pay, his grade and what he's been doing and where he's been and all that kind of stuff because
I did see you.
This I like the way you are, man. Doug Mullen, I don't know about him, man. You can't even go up to ITC and see him. They'll escort you out of the building. It's like, whoa. He said,
he's not at
my office. You can come and see me anytime.
Go to the Bank of Hawaii building, the old one. That's where he's at. He's not at the ITC.
There, right?
I'm sorry?
They moved down there.
Yeah. They're over there at the old Bank of Hawaii building.
Yeah, they used to be at the ITC building.
I think they're at both, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
But
so now
he,
down at the,
but the AG himself, he's over in Hagåtña. Yeah. Try
yep,
there.
and, yeah, I know that, but he was
Okay.
up there at RTC
Yeah.
when I wanted to go see him, and I've got a nephew who works there, man, and I'm like, hey, can you get me a go connection? There's no such thing.
But you can't even make an appointment?
Is, man. And Pauly, I was going to go back in the jungle and check if they got anyone to do.
You can't even make an appointment, though?
You know what I mean? You got them flying at you and biting you. Like, it's scary to go in there, Pauly. And they got some big snakes, too. And you want to know why there's no more pumpkin tip?
Why?
Because the rhino beetle got them all. The rhino beetle. Remember them?
Yes, yes.
They're
Every
not just hitting the coconut trees. They're hitting the pumpkin tips, too.
Yeah.
And they're still around, man.
Yeah, they are.
They get the size of almost a little bit bigger than a golf ball. They're very scary. You ever seen one?
I've seen them, yeah. Well, the last time I saw one was maybe like, I don't know, a month ago. It was dead. I'm like, oh, there. It's a dead one.
They get pretty big.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm wondering if Joe Malik, if he still knows how to make a gzenti.
What is it?
A gzenti. It's moonshine.
Oh, okay.
You know, back then, the old people, they used to make their own moonshine.
I thought it's just tuba.
No.
No?
You can turn that tuba back into moonshine, and they say, you know how they do it in
What else are they using besides fermented coconut juice?
Yeah, no, believe it or not, they make it out of the same way they make tuba, but they make it into liquor, and they say America's moonshine is good. They should try Guam, so burn this whole country still.
Yeah. You know, there's an event coming up at the Guam Museum. It's called Tuba Chesa Zanzabesa.
Yeah, well, they should bring some gzenti. He needs to
Yeah, there you go. We'll add that to the list. It's July 17 at 6 p.m.
Where at?
At the Guam Museum. It's $175 per person. I believe it's a fundraiser event.
Oh, is that where Mike Buqua, doctor, is
Yeah.
going to be there?
Yeah. Well, also Patrick Palomo's going to be there. He's performing.
I'm pretty sure you've been to the Guam Museum, right?
Oh, I've been. Yeah, it's beautiful.
And when you go in there, you got to go to that introductory thing before you go into the museum.
When you watch the movie, Guam's origin story, yeah.
You see that guy that says my roots are deep?
It's been a while, but I'm somewhat familiar with the movie, yeah. Documentary.
Yeah, first one, my roots are deep. That was when we were marching from Adelup up to the Federal District Court. Remember that?
I remember. I did not march, but I remember that moment in time.
Yeah, someone took a close-up picture of that and put it in their film. But, man, I'm telling you, Pauly, I need to get some things done. Sometimes it's scary to go around on this island and talk to people because you don't know who's who and who the enemy is. Ask Uncle Jim Mouse, he'll tell you. Hey, you want to hear a joke, man?
I do.
I'm practicing to be a stand-up.
I know. Maybe you'll open for Rex Never Ready, right? Because I think he's going to be here at the Sandcastle soon. If not this weekend.
He's from Hawaii?
I don't know exactly where Rex is from. Maybe Hawaii, yeah. I think so. I was told that he is... Remember Frank De Lima?
Yeah.
I was told that he is the protege of Frank De Lima.
And what's his name? Iglesias? Fluffy? What's his name?
Gabriel Iglesias, yeah.
Yeah, Gabriel. He was supposed to... I like that guy. He's good.
Yeah.
And he was supposed to come here. I hope he comes here because I'm going to go on his writing. I'm going to see if I can stand with these boys. And you're going to be yelling, Uncle Ben, Uncle Ben, Uncle Ben. I'm going to say, I'm not your uncle.
You should open up for them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I want to see if I can stand up with them. I'll be an international star, Pauly.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll be like, Governor, are you in the house? Oh, Tony Babata, are you in the house? Like they say, if you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. right?
You got a really good memory, sir. So Rex Never Ready, it is this weekend, Sunday, July 13, Sandcastle, 3 and 7 p.m.
Remember when President Trump went behind the DMZ line?
Yeah, okay.
He was the only U.S. president to ever do that.
I don't know if he was the only one, but yeah, I remember.
And he told Kim Jong-un, you better quit flying your missiles, Rocket Man.
That's right. Rocket Man. Yeah, I do.
And he quit for a while, but...
he's back at it.
And he said, my missile's bigger than yours. President Trump said, mine's faster. And somebody walked in and said, stop it, you do stop it, let me show you my missile. And it was a black dick missile, and they both headed for the hills. Ladies and gentlemen,
easy now, sir. It's PG-13.
Hey, you've been straight on in, Guam. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Governor, are you not? I'm just playing with you, Pauly. I don't want to get you in big trouble.
Yeah, please don't. I don't have any money for fines. I have zero money. Not even for speeding ticket. I don't have any money. I can't even afford to go past the speed limit.
That's okay, Pauly. When they see you, they're going to say you get a free ride.
No.
Pauly, only on Guam. OG, we're going to make that a holiday.
Yes. Every day only on Guam.
Man, you
celebrate it. Yeah. Every day I'm living here in Guam, I celebrate for sure.
And Patty Arroyo goes, where you been? I go, up at the White House. Hey, Pauly, you have a nice one.
You
man.
too.
You make every day worth living for.
You make my day every time we hear from you, and I'm so happy that you're back. Dave Duenas says Ben is back in force. Hafa Adai, Ben. That's from Dave. Dave is listening to us on our YouTube channel.
Hey, Dave, I miss you, Holmes. We got to put Dave because he says he tells us like.
Dave's welcome to come and hang out with me anytime.
Hey, sounds good. And,
yeah.
I'm wondering if Dave's going to be one of the spokesmen down at the end of the
Dave's welcome. Anytime you want to hang out, Dave, I'd love to have you.
Hey, Dave's good, man. He doesn't discriminate.
Nope.
He listens to everybody, what
nope.
they say. Just don't say any bad words and don't badmouth nobody. And
yeah, and we're good. Maybe Dave and I will join the America Party.
Hey, you're good. Hey, you're good, man. And he said you're a good anchor lady.
Issa's our producer. She's great.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. That was Dice then.
Oh, Dice. Yes, Dice is Patty's producer. Issa is my producer. Yeah, they're both great.
Okay.
Okay.
Rhonda Warner?
He's on Wednesdays at 4.
Did you want to do like?
Uncle Johnny Wednesdays at 10 a.m. So Vet Talk is now at 10 to 12. Yeah, on Wednesday.
One day, Pauly, I'm gonna record these F-15s when they come over me. And I'm gonna use it for my ringtone.
Yeah.
Hey, they're nice, man. They're bad, but they put some mufflers on.
Oh yeah, so need to put some suppressors on there.
Something like that. Hey, you have a nice day, man.
All right. All that air and noise pollution needs to stop.
Hey, but he stepped on his brakes and it's all right. He noticed me.
There you go. Heck yeah. Okay. Just don't use any of those lasers or those red light things. Those, I don't know what they're called anymore. Lasers? Yeah, just don't put lasers on those planes, those jets. That's a federal crime. Oh, he's gone. Okay. 3:23 in the afternoon. Let's do this, right? So I think I'm going to save these files till the bottom of the hour. Marissa says, good afternoon. Hafa Adai, Marissa. What are these crowns?
I know, I've been noticing it the past.
Dave's got a number 1 crown. Marissa's got number 2 crown. Does it mean like Dave's like
maybe like a top
the king? Comment? Dave's the king. Number 1 king. He's our rye. Let me see here. he was talking about the Attorney General, right? So there is a release from the Attorney General's office. So the release says 2 more mainland attorneys join the AG. The A.G. Moylan administration's war on criminals. Welcome to Guam, prosecutors George Raymond Kolb and Robin Whitley. As Guam struggles to educate and license homegrown legal professionals, this AG accepts no excuses. Our client, our people require dedicated, loyal, and capable prosecutors and attorneys. We thank our Chief Justice, the Honorable Robert J. Torres, and his team at the Judiciary of Guam for swearing in our 2 attorneys to help our people be safe. AAG, Assistant AG Kolb, is an attorney of 32 years with a JD from the University of Alabama School of Law. And then Assistant AG Kolb worked in both criminal and international law settings, to include working as an assistant district attorney in Bay Minette, Alabama, as a senior justice advisor with the U.S. Department of State. Assistant AG Whitley is an attorney of 3 years with a Juris Doctorate from Santa Clara University School of Law. Before joining the AG's office, AAG Whitley worked in California as a private attorney for various law firms with experience as a deputy district attorney in San Joaquin and also Del Norte counties. Sadly, this governor, this is the Attorney General speaking in this press release, sadly, this governor and select members of her cabinet are interfering with operations at the People's Law Firm. Despite the Guam legislature appropriating over $21 million for our people's protection from criminals and to do the many other duties ranging from prosecuting government corruption, providing child support services for our kids' welfare, advising our government officials, help our community, and otherwise enforcing laws that protect our public's welfare, we are not getting our money. Ever since this AG's first term as Guam's elected Attorney General, he has spent our people's money frugally, always coming in under budget. I have heard him say that too in the past hearings, where the AG was saying, you know what, this is the money that you've given us, and we haven't overspent. Notwithstanding efficiently running our office, we were unable to pay today these 2 prosecutors licensing fees of about $450. Shameful, and shame on this governor and her administration. We are now 44 attorneys strong and counting, winning our criminal trials against criminals and making this community safer. Under this AG, we will continue doing our job. We will overcome these transparent attempts to undermine our daily operations and corruption investigations. Lawbreakers will find no quarter with this administration. Our people demand justice. Office of the Attorney General, Doug Moylan. Again, 2 more mainland attorneys join the AG Moylan's administration's war on criminals. Oh, John's on the line. Hafa Adai, John?
Yes.
Hafa Adai, you're on the air.
Hafa Adai, Pauly. How you doing?
I'm well.
I hear you talking about this with the AG with, going after government corruption.
Okay.
So maybe you can talk to him about my case that's been sitting down at his office since January of 2020.
You're not the only one, sir.
Huh?
You're not the only one that has told me this same There are others that have come to me too and have shared the same sentiment. So since 2020,
I called you, and I spoke to you about this not too long ago.
Yes, I remember.
And so I keep hearing how he's fighting government corruption, and I gave it to him on a silver platter. But to this day, nothing's happened, and it's so frustrating. So maybe you can invite him, and I'll bring in all my documents to show him what I have, because I presented it to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, so when you presented it to him, what were his thoughts? He's going to get back to you?
Well, I actually submitted a government claim against the Attorney General of Guam Consumer Protection Division for $10 million.
Right.
And I got a letter saying my case is still open. And the other statement was I passed a statute of limitation. And the Mr. B.J. Cruz at the OPA has seen that letter, from my understanding with the speaker's investigator. It was presented to the OPA, Mr. Benjamin Cruz.
Right. I remember you were sharing with me this before. Yeah.
Yes. And so, you know, in those my government claim, it reflects a whole bunch of government employees who are, you know, all involved, really. And so if they were going after government corruption, I don't understand what is the problem when I gave it to them in a silver platter. So maybe you can invite him to your show, and I'll come in with my stack of documents so we can explain it. You know, if they really say what they say.
Well, what I can do is I can invite. I want to bring him in and ask him about some of what he's been sharing on some of the hearings and whatnot, and then maybe the opportunity will arise where he can give us updates on some of these government corruption cases that are still pending. Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to blindside anybody, right? And so, I mean, I don't work for the AG. I don't defend him. I don't work for the governor either, so I'm not going to do their work.
Well, what I can do is I can provide you a copy of my government claim, because I provided it to the AG and numerous copies.
Yeah.
And that way you can look it over. We can schedule a meeting, and I'll come in personally. I don't mind. I'm tired of waiting, frankly.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And so...
So, John, what I'll do then is I'll put you on
my number. You can get back to me when we can do this.
Yeah, I'll put you on hold, and more than likely, I'm going to ask you to come in way before the show so we can.
Oh yes, yes. Definitely.
Because I just
way before your show, you can sit down and show you what you got, what I got.
Yes, please.
And maybe you will have a clear picture of why I'm so frustrated.
Understood. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely bringing KUAM news while you're at it.
Well, have you? Well, I don't work.
Show a whole bunch of government corruption.
I don't work for them, but have you reached out to them too?
Well, no, I'm a veteran, and so you know, with I have issues of being out in public.
I understand.
And so you know, Guam being small, you come out with something like this, you know. You know what happens to some people when they bring out this kind of.
I get it.
Ugliness, really.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, just imagine I served 30 years in the Army, and I come home, and this is what I found with our government. They say they're there for the people, they work for the people, but when I went for help, all they did was, it was just, what is that word? It's like being in a big obstacle course, basically, where you just hit a wall constantly, and they're not there to help. Because of what I've discovered.
Understood. Because really what I'm going to do, too, is when we have the opportunity to have the conversation, is you just share with me your story and some of your findings. Because I'm also not a lawyer, and so I don't know, you know, the policies and what laws, you know, are being broken and whatnot. So, but I will.
Yeah. You go to Guam Fields Board, you're going to see the law that governs those professional engineers, architects, and landscapers. And when you read the law that governs them, because they're under the Fields Board, Guam's Fields Board, and that law governs those professional engineers, and they violated their very oath as professional engineers. When I show you what I have, you're going to see what I'm talking about.
All right.
It's sad to say, but it's so true.
I appreciate it.
The
Yeah.
incident that occurred recently with our Department of Correction. I just want to steer to this for 1 second and ask one question. And for some reason, I never hear anybody ask this one question.
Go ahead.
And the question is, with all these illegal things going into our Department of our prisons, how are these government employees that are bringing it in where are they getting it from? You know? All the contraband that's going into our prison.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to the drug part,
Mm-hmm.
how are our employees getting a hand on that and bringing it in? Where are they getting it from? Anybody ask that question?
Well, when we do ask the question, right, as far as where drugs are even coming into the island, right? They're coming in through our ports of entry, right?
Well, I
on the
wouldn't
person.
say that. I can say maybe another one is very simple. Because we have a lot of our VIPs that come into Guam's airport.
Okay.
And they get the special treatment.
Well,
They
then
don't go
also
to
through the
customs.
mail.
So, you know, it's sad to say that occurs.
Okay.
And that may be another possibility.
Okay, so you're saying there's a possibility that people that aren't normally searched regularly, like the common person, might be bringing these in because they're not being thoroughly searched or screened like the common person.
You never see our pilots go down through baggage claim.
Yes,
and
they
go
do.
through customs.
I've seen. They'll go
seen?
through. Yeah, I've seen them go through. You know,
I
they'll
don't know.
they'll go to the front of the line, but yeah, I've seen them get checked. I've seen them move. You know,
Well,
ask
you
questions.
got to look at everybody because
Sure.
if you think about it, just imagine, just in DOC alone, how is it getting in there? Because the public is not just walking in there with these things.
Yeah. No, I get your concern, right? And I haven't actually seen, I haven't seen personally how they physically check all the items that are coming into DOC, but the conversations that I've had is everything gets checked. They look through all of the stuff. And do things get in? Obviously, we've seen the reports that they do get in, and they do find contraband, right?
Okay, how are these government employees having this type of contraband? Where is that person getting it from? Yay.
I understand.
There's no reason why we should have that drug here. Those, especially the one that can kill you.
Fentanyl?
It
it's
looks like a candy from my understanding.
Yeah. And so Guam is not, is not unique to many places all over the world in the continental U.S. It's everywhere. It is everywhere.
Well, there's things that can be done to fix that.
Sure.
And
that
really, the only way we're going to fix our homelessness, one of the best ways to fix our homelessness is they got to eliminate those drugs that's coming in.
Well, the only person that's really pushing that agenda is the AG, the man that you're saying is not wanting to have a conversation with you.
There's some good I see him doing. I'm not saying everything he's doing is bad. I supported him with going after government corruption, but ever since he got into office, I submitted my government claim. To this day, nothing has happened against a solar company or any of the government officials that's noted in any of the documents that I presented.
And you presented this to the prior AG too, right?
I submitted my complaint against the Pacific Solar and Photovoltaics when AG was Camacho.
Yeah.
And he told me he couldn't do anything to my face. And I looked at him and I said, you're the chief law enforcement officer on the island, and you cannot do anything about government corruption? My first response to him was, this agency should not be under the government of Guam because they don't prosecute nobody for corruption. That's my opinion.
I'll let you go, and then we'll have this conversation so we can even dive deeper into the specifics, right? And so I can know your story fully.
I have no problem presenting you my documents, my friend.
Yeah.
I'm sick and tired of it, really, to be honest with you.
I get it. I don't feel comfortable throwing out names here on the air.
You know how the legislature has been asking lately. They're trying to do the rollback of the BPT. And then they asked the question about the number of people filing in Guam. And you know how the numbers are reducing? This is the kind of thing that makes people like me want to leave our island. And this is my home. And I'm sick and tired of it, to be honest with you. if you watch the news every day, you're going to see some kind of corruption happening. And it's still occurring.
Yeah. It is.
Oh, don't get me started.
I don't want to get you started. I don't want to get you started. I'm going to take this break, but I appreciate you and having the courage to call in and tell your story. Yeah.
Something needs to be done, man.
I feel you.
It's something. It's sickening, really, to be honest with you. Our kids are the one that's going to suffer because this shenanigans with our government corruption. It's been 50 plus years. It's been happening. I'm really sick of it. Well, thank you, Pauly, for taking my call.
Yeah. So stay on the line.
Sure.
And we'll get your number. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. 3:40 in the afternoon. We will take the break. Wave 105.
CBS News Brief. At this hour, it appears the 15 to 20 workers who were briefly trapped in an industrial tunnel under construction in Los Angeles have been rescued. The tunnel is part of a $630 million sewer project. As the search continues for 170 people missing in Texas, people in an RV resort are asking for assistance recovering from the devastating floods. KEYE TV reporter Farrah Walton.
One word I kept hearing again and again is help. Volunteers there say they need more hands, more equipment, and a plan to clear all of the debris piled across the property.
The death toll remains at 120. Some hopeful news for the Mideast. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi reports from the White House.
The Israeli delegation and a delegation from Hamas have been holding talks in Qatar this week, speaking through mediators. And today we heard that announcement from Hamas that they'd be releasing 10 Israelis.
In a statement, though, Hamas said key hurdles remain. CBS.
Will European-style professional soccer finally take hold in the U.S.? We're finding out right now. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. An experiment in pro soccer is underway in the U.S. It's called the FIFA Club World Cup, not to be confused with the long-running World Cup, in which national teams compete every 4 years. The Club World Cup brings together 32 pro soccer teams from around the world, plus U.S. teams. The clubs are vying for a long-coveted prize in the soccer world, a foothold in the lucrative U.S. market. Soccer has been the next big thing in the U.S. for 60 years without ever coming close to the popularity of football, baseball, basketball, or hockey. Will pro soccer finally turn the corner in the U.S.? We'll have evidence, good or bad, when the event ends 3 weeks from now. I'm Jeff Colvin.
3 digits that calm nerves. This is Sound Bites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Feeling stressed, anxious, like you're being pushed too far for too long, and almost losing your bearings? There are 3 simple numbers that can help you regain control in those high-stress moments. Visit 4-7-8.cc and see for yourself. You won't find fancy graphics or some dramatic layout, but what you will get is a simple explanation. And you'll find guidance on how to do an easy breathing exercises based on the numbers 4, 7, and 8. It'll give you the timing and the cadence for the exercises. It's all by the numbers at 4-7-8.cc. Give it a try. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
Subway introduces the Baja Bliss Collection. 2 all-new subs featuring Subway's signature Baja Chipotle sauce. The Baja Bliss Collection will satisfy your bold flavor cravings with Baja Chipotle Chicken and Baja Chipotle Turkey. Here for a limited time. At Subway, gotta refresh to be fresh.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Mission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
Back to school is around the corner, parents. Make an appointment for your child at the FHB Health Center for their annual physical, sports physical, immunizations, annual dental exam, and annual eye exam. When you complete an appointment during the promotion, you'll receive an entry form for a chance to win prizes. Call 671-646-5825, option 1 today. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funding. FHB Health Center, our island, your clinic.
Feeling hungry? Local Jerk's got the cure. Our Denancy and beef jerky are so good, you'll be back for more. Veteran and locally owned, we bring the heat. Check out localjerkguam.com or find us at your favorite stores. Tendeninda, Uggan Store, or Tatuhen. Local Jerk, the hottest jerk to hit your mouth.
It's the July Freedom Sales Event at Guam Auto Spot. Drive home a brand new 2025 GMC Canyon for as low as $336 per paycheck, or the 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for just $198 per paycheck. Active and retired military members get special discounts just for serving. Plus, check out our huge selection of quality used cars, priced to move. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO. Celebrate freedom. Drive with Autospot.
Now's the time for your real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Manning if you are heading northbound to the intersections that lead to Route 14 or near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Upper Tumon if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 16. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. From tomorrow, Friday, July 11 to Saturday, July 12, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., motorists are advised that the DPW HMC crew will be grass cutting along Polaris and Petey. The DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the bright side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
ISLA, Guam is where I'm from. Tautanu Itamoru, kingdom of our people. GUAM, island in the sun. From Jigo to Molessi, this land is all that we know.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Biba Webis, it's Thursday. And so earlier this week, I think it was Monday. Monday we had Max Ronquillo come in and Joanne Matanani come in and talk to us about Programen Palabra Fellowship, right? It's a Chamorro Language Education Fellowship. And so they are looking to award 3 fellowships valued at $2,500 each, 1 for elementary and then 2 for secondary. Elementary Educator Fellowship and then Secondary Educator Fellowship, right? And so this is, when we look at some of the background here, there's been a recent resurgence for the need to educate and perpetuate the Chamorro language, and families of Vietnamese are grateful to Guam and they want to help. In memory of the Hoa Hong Dong Chua and Tony Lam family. And so they are looking again for 3 fellowships, 1 in elementary and 2 in secondary. And so they're asking that you submit a proposal briefly explaining a plan and your philosophy, incorporate the arts and other school subjects, and then also your proposals will be evaluated by a panel, and then the top 5 will move on to an interview phase. The top 3 of the interview phase will be awarded fellowships at a public presentation on July 27. And so you will be asked to teach up to 20 students for 4 to 6 weeks. Students will then provide a public presentation demonstrating the effectiveness later on in the second half of 2026. To be eligible, you have to be a resident of Guam, must have been living in Guam prior to July of 2020. However, college students studying abroad who recently graduated from a high school in Guam are eligible to apply, and then you at least have to be of the age of 18 or older. Now, the award deadline, application deadline, is July 16 by 8 p.m. And so, when we were having this conversation with Joanne and Max, it doesn't have to be comprehensive either. You know, if you can speak tomorrow and if you put together a plan that you can possibly teach elementary students or secondary students, they'd like to see it. And who knows, you might be chosen, right? So if you want more information, contact Joanne Mantanani, the program director, at mantanani@guamphilharmonic.org, or call 671-988-7347. That's 988-7347. To the phone lines we go. Joe Malik is on the line.
To the phone lines we go.
Hafa Adai, senor.
Guam is hot. Guam is good.
Yes, it is. Guam is hot. Guam is good.
Good. Guam makes everything shoot.
Biba!
oh my God! I was calling and my God, it's hot. I'm inside my truck with the air conditioner on.
Yeah. What are you up to right now?
Guam is good. Guam is hot in the nut.
Yeah.
But, hey,
hey.
I got good news for you.
Okay. Tell me.
You want to see the second or the second division barracks?
How am I going to see it? With my drone? I'm going to put the drone. I'm going to send my drone.
If you want to meet me on the weekend, what's his name?
Yeah.
On the weekend, maybe Saturday.
Okay, and then what?
Because the building is concrete building, and the commander for that division is Captain or Colonel God,
it's okay. So, anyways, he invited you to go check out the barracks?
No, the barracks from World War II still there.
Wait, what? Where? I thought you were talking about the new barracks over at Camp Blas.
No, it's over by right next to Monster Garden.
Okay.
But let me check with the landowner first.
Yeah. What does it look like now? So this is an abandoned barracks.
Yeah, from the Marines. Because the reason why, because when last month I talked to the landowner.
Okay.
And he told me the story of that building, concrete building.
Okay.
And he told me that he called the Navy to remove, because it's all bamboo now.
Okay.
He removed the concrete building. And he told me, I don't know whether actually the 1st Division or 2nd Division Marines after World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Come we take, they call it come we take, Commander, we take one of Jenkins and this thing. Remember how I got the command post? How I got the command post on your right side before you get to the traffic light.
Where?
In Hoggett.
In Hoggett?
Hoggett.
Okay.
Hoggett has a statue or a memorandum a post.
Okay.
Command post. The different. Hoggett command post is different with Kamwitik building. That's barracks building with concrete building, cement.
Okay, I'm looking it up right now. It's on a Marine Corps base website. Camp Wittig. 9 members served in Camp Wittig. Oh, wow. It's giving me who served back then.
Yeah. The reason why that Camp Wittig was placed there, because remember that going down from Doma down to with a nice building on your right side before the bridge.
I don't even know where this is at or where it was at.
That is a shooting range. That used to be a shooting range for the Marines. I remember that. Shooting range.
And so how do you get to it now? You got to hike?
No. No.
No?
The park on the side of the road.
And it's just right there?
Yeah, right there. You can see the building, concrete building.
Huh. I didn't know. Camp Wittig is located in Zotnya, situated nearby Elig, as well as Windward Hills. Yes?
Windward Hills, yeah. Windward Hills all the way to...
I'm looking at a map here. Oh.
Got it?
It's off of Cross Island Road.
Right, yeah.
Huh.
The military should build some kind of monument on that place.
No, don't give it back.
Give the landowner back.
Yeah. Are there houses nearby? It looks like there are homes there already.
Yeah, the landowner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's off of Chaco Road.
Right, yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right next to the lawyer, David Lohan.
Okay, maybe he owns it now.
No. No, that belongs to, I forgot the last name of that guy, but I was there several months back, and he was telling me the story of that building, concrete building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what, I mean, if we go and look at it now, what's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing. I will pass, senor. I'll go ahead and just pass, senor, and wait till you invite me to your ranch. I think I'm going to have more fun at your ranch.
Yeah, you can pick some apple, doing business, and shop.
Interesting, though. Thanks for the information, though.
Cross Island Road.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate it. I was trying to look for photos, but I can't. Let me see if I can find photos. Camp Wittig. What did it look like then?
First division or second division Marines.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't see any photos of.
Commander is Wittig. That's why they call it Camp Wittig. It's a camp.
Yeah.
Wittig, yeah. W-I-T.
Yes. W-I-T-T-I-G.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Anything? Is there anything I want you to check?
Oh, no, it's actually, sorry. Camp Wittig, W-I-T-E-K. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. I spelled it right.
No, yeah, you spelled it right. I spelled it wrong. You're correct, as always.
Happy, you pass the shooting.
Yeah.
Shooting case.
Do you know who's is it named after somebody?
No, the commander.
The Commander Wittig. I'm gonna look him up. Okay. Okay, senor.
Got it.
I'm gonna look him up. I don't know if I can get this done by 3 command. No, see, he's not coming. Wittig. I can't find it.
Then go ahead
Marine
and
Corps. Marine Corps.
Marine Corps.
Yeah. Oh, it's not fast enough. I'll find it though eventually.
Okay,
Give me till next week. Okay, senor.
Tomorrow.
All right, yes, please. Or even later on today if you want. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, ellos.
Yeah.
I'm looking for Commander Wittig in the Marine Corps, U.S. Marine Corps, but it's not coming up. All right. Well, it's 3:59 now. And so on the other side, like I said, we didn't even touch yet on the public hearings that took place earlier today. So I guess what we'll do is in the beginning part of the 4 o'clock hour after the CBS News, we'll share with you there were 2 public hearings that were introduced by Senator Tony Adda. And then the other one is from Senator Therese July, which I have audio files, right? And so it would make veterans' license plates basically at no cost, right? And there were veterans in our community here on the island that spoke in favor of that bill, but also just they talked about their experiences as a member in the military, and then what it means to have served and what it means to be part of this community even after the fact. And so Senator Therese July and even Jose San Agustin, the director of Guam Veterans Affairs, right? I agree when they say this is just a small token of our gratitude for those that served in the armed services, right? And so I was truly inspired by what they said today at the public hearing earlier this morning. And so I want to share that with you on the other side of these, right here on Wave 105. We are KGUM-FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Christopher Cruz. We're hearing now what people went through when flash floods tore through Kerr County, Texas. From Ingram, CBS's Jason Allen says people were totally caught unawares by the rapidly rising Guadalupe River.
15-year-old Jack Roberson and his mother tried to drive away, but the water rose too fast.
I can climb higher, but I'm okay. Are you high?
Recordings show Roberson's legs underwater as muck, trees, and debris engulfed.
Mom, are you in a tree? There's boats coming!
Residents are now demanding to know why they didn't get more warning about the approaching flash flooding. The death toll is now at least 120, and 170 people remain missing. What role did climate change play in the flooding? CBS News national environmental correspondent David Schechter has been looking into that.
And one of the hallmarks of climate change is not necessarily that we have more rain over the course of a year, but that it comes down intensely in short bursts. And so experts would say, and are saying, this is precisely what's happened in Kerrville, is precisely what we should expect in a warmer climate, that we will get these very, very intense extreme downfalls.
31 workers building a long and deep tunnel in Los Angeles were briefly trapped when part of it collapsed. Here's KNX radio reporter Chris Seaton.
Workers trapped at a facility in Wilmington were being told that this tunnel is being built, 7-mile tunnel for sewage going out to the ocean. Workers being brought out 8 at a time. Doesn't appear anyone's hurt.
Israel and Hamas appear to be getting close to a ceasefire deal in Gaza, but CBS's Weijia Zhang says there are still major hurdles to overcome.
Israeli and Qatari officials tell CBS News that there are 3 main sticking points during these ongoing talks about a 60-day ceasefire and hostage deal. And the biggest one is where Israeli military forces would withdraw to during that time frame.
President Trump has released a copy of a letter to Brazil setting new trade tariffs. CBS's Linda Kenyon says Trump is also weighing in on a trial in that country.
In his letter, President Trump said he is setting the tariff level at 50%. He cited the trial of former Brazilian President Bolsonaro, who is charged with trying to overturn the results of his 2022 election. The president wrote, quote, "This trial should not be taking place. It is a witch hunt that should end immediately."
President Trump has called Bolsonaro, the former president of Brazil, a friend and has even hosted him at his home in Florida in Mar-a-Lago. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You've probably gotten the texts yourself saying someone has the perfect job for you.
The text promises good pay simply for completing an easy task from your phone or computer. The Federal Trade Commission says they start innocently over text or through WhatsApp. But if people respond, they're eventually told they need to pay up to access earnings. In the first half of 2024, Americans lost $220 million after falling victim, but many do not even report it, so the number is likely higher. Experts say to not only ignore and delete the texts, but do not trust employers who say they'll pay you to rate or like things online, especially without using the actual product. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Mattel is now selling a Barbie doll with type 1 diabetes. The doll includes realistic medical accessories like a continuous glucose monitor and an insulin pump. A diabetes research and advocacy group will ensure the accuracy of those devices. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Here for the community. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 4:06 p.m. and that is your time check on the bright side on Wave 105.1 FM.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Thank you to our sponsors over at Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Loco Jerk. Spice up your life with the hottest jerk to hit your mouth. Follow Loco Jerk 671 on Instagram and Facebook or visit locojerkguam.com. Micropack is open at their Timoning and Mall location. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack 671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions, Guam premier provider of professional security services. Sherwin-Williams, the wet season is on its way and your roof needs to be ready. Don't wait for the blazing sun or the pounding rain. Get ahead with weather-ready coatings. Be smart, be prepared, and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Hagåtña if you're heading to the intersection near the Agana Library. Slow traffic on Route 16 if you're heading to the intersection near the Harmon McDonald's restaurant. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from tomorrow, Friday, July 11th to Saturday, July 12th. From 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., motorists are advised that the DPW HMC crew will be pavement striping at the Route 1, Route 3 intersection in Dededo. There will be intermittent lane closures. The DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the Bright Side, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 470 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 470 Auto.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back to Brightside right here on Wave 105. Biba Webis, it's Thursday, 4:10 in the afternoon. And so 671-922-1051 is the number. Earlier this morning, there were 3 bills that were heard with the Guam legislature, right? So the first two, the first one was bill number 138, introduced by Vice Speaker Tony Adai, right? And so this one is relative to holding persons criminally responsible for crimes committed after knowingly, willingly, or intentionally consuming alcohol and other substances by repealing the limitations of the intoxication defense. It says here, from what Vice Speaker Tony Adai had said was, it eliminates the voluntary intoxication defense for criminal acts. In other words, it's if someone commits a crime while drunk or high by choice, they can no longer claim their intoxication as a legal excuse. He said it's a simplified version of Bill 233, which he introduced in his last legislative term. And he said, unfortunately, it was not heard at the time. So this is not a new idea. He's just brought it back. He brought it back as a revised version of the previous bill that never made it to a hearing. He said the bill's message is, if you get yourself drunk or high, you are fully responsible for the crime that you commit in your intoxicated state. And so he expressed some frustration with people frequently blaming substances for their actions, saying it seems that not a day goes by where a person gets arrested and blames alcohol or meth for their crimes. And he said enough is enough. And so there was written testimony, but as far as that, there wasn't anybody testifying in person for Bill 138 or 137. Rob's on the line. Hafa Adai, Rob, you're on the air.
Hi. So I just wanted to chime in on what you and Joe Malik were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Okay, so that property up there it's in Windward Hills.
Okay.
It's where the driving range. You familiar with that driving range?
Yeah, I was like, wow, Zotnya has their own driving range up there.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's all my family's land. That's all the tourist land.
Okay.
So I guess after the war they built those barracks there.
Uh-huh.
So there's a lot of building. You cannot see it it's all jungle.
Okay.
Right now, but inside the jungle there's buildings. Some of them are not really complete, but kind of they're it's a building,
Yeah.
and then some of them is just foundations.
Right.
But yeah, it's pretty much just that, and then it's all over there, all from there back towards the cliff line, and then down almost to like Camachili. There's some places where you see those cement. Like if you're driving down to Camachili,
Yeah.
on your right side where David Lujan's house,
Okay.
you see like the cement slab. Those were part of the barracks.
Wow, I did not know that at all.
So there was all barracks. That whole place was all barracks.
Okay. And so there's remnants of it.
There's remnants of it, yes.
So some of those buildings that Joe Malik was mentioning that are still around, right? Do you get people that are curious and want to go check it out? And like, I don't know if they're tourists or visitors or
maybe because my uncle is the one that's taking care of the driving range, so he's right there on that that side where the buildings are at.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure he gets some people that go through there. And
but it is
there's a lot of
private
hunters in
property.
there.
It is private property, though, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to encourage people to go to somebody else's property and
Our family they hunt in there too.
See.
So, 'cause there's a whole lot of deer in there.
Yeah. Okay.
Deer and pigs. So.
All right.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just the only remnants really you'd find. We found like when I was a kid, we'd find bullets.
Huh.
Yeah, and we'll dig up bullets in the sand.
Okay.
Because they back, I guess, inside the buildings. They backfilled it, I guess, with sand.
Sure.
So we would dig up and we would find bullets.
Was there Joe Malik mentioned that there's like I don't know if it was there or nearby or even further away was a firing range.
I'm not too sure of that. I don't remember them ever telling me about that.
Wow. Wow, I'm glad that you called in.
Yeah, thank you. And then I know there is an area there right across my uncle's house, right across from David Lujan's house.
Okay.
That used to be, they dug a hole and they would bury all kinds of equipment, like old equipment. So there's all kinds of equipment buried in the ground there.
Wait, who buried the equipment?
The military. Yeah.
To like a because they no longer needed the equipment?
Yes. Yes.
And so now I'm even, I would not encourage anybody to give the land for the military. Keep it with the original landowners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We still that's a big land. That property goes from there down towards the backside of the golf course.
Wow.
Yes, our property it goes down there, down to the backside of the golf course.
Yeah, that is a lot of acreage.
It is. It's a big piece of property, and then you got the Shimizu's right next door.
Yeah.
Which
So
is
that's
my
like
neighbor.
Even your playground too, though, as a kid. Then
That was my playground.
Yeah.
Yes. That was my playground as a kid.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. Well, again, thanks.
I knew a lot about that place.
Do you know who Commander Wittig is?
I've heard, because I know there's a Camp Wittig in there's an area in Jonia that they call Camp Wittig.
Yeah.
I believe that's where MU is at, I believe.
Wow. Okay, so that's even on the other side of Zotnia then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's pretty much the kind of the story that
Yeah.
I can give you.
Well,
I remember.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Do you get vagrants, people that are just trying to, I don't know, cause trouble, trying to hide out in that area? Do you find people just trespassing and not even letting you guys know that they're there?
Yes. Yeah.
you dig.
Well, especially it's mostly like the hunters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the hunters like to go down and hunt down there. But my uncle's kind of pretty much the one controlling that his side.
Yeah.
Where the driving range is at.
Right. So
Yeah.
so it's your driving range.
Our family.
Yeah.
It's named after my great grandpa.
How long has that driving range been around? I only noticed it maybe during the pandemic.
That was it was pretty long.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my uncle, the one that's managing it now.
Yeah.
His father built that driving range.
Okay, so it's full. So
yeah,
people
that was
can.
Like 2000s maybe.
Okay.
Even earlier. Yeah, I think earlier than that. A little bit earlier than that.
See,
Somewhere around.
shows how much I golf. I hardly ever, but I noticed people were hitting golf balls right along Cross Island Road, right? And so, like I said, I think I only realized it around COVID, and so I thought that people just cleared the land and just were doing it just for fun whenever they were in the area. But that's a full-fledged business
my
then.
uncle, he opened that. They opened that driving range so golfers that are going to like Halafofo or Wimber Hill or down to CCP. They practice. They can practice because there's so many golf. There's like 3 golf courses in that area. So
sure. But the driving range, I'm sure, is even way more affordable.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. You should check it out.
I will check. I mean, I'm not good, but I will check it out. So it's a full-fledged business. How does it all work? You go there and there's somebody there that's collecting your money, and you have the golf balls, or you bring your own in your own clubs?
They have the golf balls. Yeah. It's per bucket. I'm not sure how much it is now. I haven't been up there in a while.
Yeah.
But last time I thought it was like maybe $5 a bucket or something like that.
Okay.
Somewhere around that. Yeah.
So I remember as a kid, I don't even know if they're still there, I was always looking for the emus. Somebody owned emus in that right in between Camachili and your driving range.
Emus.
Yeah, like these ostriches, but they're not.
Maybe David.
Is it
David
his?
Johan has a bird cage, the big bird cage.
See, they're his then. He's got the emus.
He probably got emus, yeah.
I was like,
he has a big bird cage.
Ostriches. And they're like, no, those aren't ostriches. Those are emus. And I'm like, they look like ostriches.
Yeah, it's probably David Johan.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate the phone call.
You're welcome.
All right. Take care.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
See that? You never know. That's why I love Joe Malik, too, because he'll just bring up some random
Open
stuff.
Up conversations. Yeah.
And then we even learn more from other people that have been listening in and call in, and I appreciate that very much. Okay, so let's see here. So the other bill that we heard from Vice Speaker Tony Atta was Bill 137, relative to the definition and inclusion of interfering with the reporting of criminal sexual conduct offenses. And so, let me see here. Vice Speaker said what this bill does, it makes interfering with reporting of criminal sexual conduct a specific criminal offense. The bill creates a separate crime for anyone who tries to stop or prevent someone from reporting a sexual assault. And so he says the bill is based on a previous law that already makes it a crime to interfere with reports of family violence. That law is Public Law 33-202, created 2 separate offenses, one under Guam's family violence statuses and another under its assault statuses. Similarly, he says the bill also enacts 2 distinct laws, one in the criminal sexual conduct law and the other in assault law. And so when I think about this, I just think about I agree with what Senator Shangamatauta was talking about as foster care. And I think about children. I think about kids. And how many times a kid will come to an adult or somebody that they trust and they share what had happened to them. And then sometimes the adult or the person that should know better will be like, let's just not say anything because it's a relative, because it's somebody that we don't want to go to jail for whatever reason. And so sometimes that creates even more trauma, especially for a child, because then they think they're the problem. And it's a sad reality, right? So that's the bill that Senator Tony Hatta had also introduced today, or they had a public hearing on it today. There was, so the Judiciary of Guam basically on both those bills, it just says they're working on it too. So the Judiciary says the measure addressing, well, they're pretty identical, 137 and 138, as far as the Judiciary saying that policy matters that fall within the purview of the legislative branch as introduced. While the Judiciary will continue to review the bills, we do not anticipate a significant impact on our operations and will we defer to the outcome of the legislative process. However, the Judiciary encourages the legislature to consider the ongoing work of the Guam Criminal Law Review Commission. And so this was basically read aloud on the record today by Senator Tello Taitagui, saying as of June 13, the commission has completed its review at plenty pages, for which the commission recommends no changes to some of their chapters. They emphasize that 14 chapters are currently under review by the subcommission and 8 chapters remain pending. They regularly provide quarterly updates and publish their reports. And so we respectfully encourage the body to consider the commission's ongoing work when developing related legislation to prevent duplication and ensure a coordinated approach to reforming Guam's criminal code. But again, that was just read aloud, and it's very similar to both 137 and 138. Now, Bill 149 is relative to waiving veterans' license plate fees. And so I kind of want to get into that, but it's now, we're closer to the bottom of the hour. Ooh, I think I got somebody talking about somebody else is listening to us, but they put it on our Instagram. Do you have access to our Instagram?
Let me check.
Let me see. Somebody put in our messenger, or maybe it's our Facebook, about Camp Wittig. I saw the notice. Who put it? Let me see here. Private First Class Frank Wittig. Oh, this is our Facebook. We got a message from Miss Rose on our Facebook. So she's listening in, and she messaged, Private First Class Frank Wittig, Medal of Honor, died in Guam, August 1944. So that's why I couldn't find it, because it's not Commander Wittig. Okay. Thank you, Miss Rose.
God, all the information is coming in from everybody.
Yeah. Now we'll look for, so Private First Class. That makes a lot of sense now. Wittig. And it's Medal of Honor. Let's see here. Found it. Thanks, Miss Rose. I'm looking for the... Okay. Herman P. Wittig. Serving his country during World War II when he gave his all in the line of duty. He had enlisted in the United States Army. Wittig had the rank of Private First Class. According to our records, Colorado was his home or enlistment state in Weld County and has been included in an archival record. During his service in World War II, Army Private First Class Wittig experienced a traumatic event which ultimately resulted in loss of life on May 1943. I'm trying to find a even bigger bio, a more comprehensive bio of him. We'll see if I can find that. But we'll take the break now.
Yes.
Yeah? 4:28 in the afternoon, Wave 105.
Shout out to our sponsor over at McDonald's. Their blueberry and cream pie is back. Warm, flaky pie crust filled with blueberry and vanilla flavored cream. Available now only at McDonald's.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Vice Speaker of the Guam Legislature, Pauly Suba, announced yesterday that he had penned a letter from the federal government to address tax leakages from federal contractors. The letter seeks support from the chairmen of the House and Senate Armed Service Committees to include language in the 2026 fiscal year National Defense Authorization Act to incorporate compliance measures for prime contractors. Adai said that contractors winning Guam's large-scale defense contracts should pay their fair share of local taxes like every other business on Guam. This follows as discussion to lower the business privilege tax was held on Monday, with many in the private sector stating that lowering the rate by 1% would help their business amidst Guam's struggling economy. In more news, the Department of Agriculture's Division of Aquatic and Wildlife Resources is advising beachgoers to be on the lookout for box jellyfish from July 18th to the 22nd. Named after their cube-shaped bell, some species of the box jellyfish are among the most venomous creatures in the ocean and have tentacles that can extend up to several feet long. Its stings can cause severe pain and in some cases cardiac arrest or death, even if they are dead and washed up on the beach. If spotted, residents are advised to reach out to Brett Tibbetts, a biologist with DOAG's Fisheries Section at 671-735-0289. Reporting from the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
CBS News Brief. In Texas, the search continues for the more than 170 people who remain missing after flash flooding. CBS's Karen Waugh says people are coming to terms with their losses.
Elsewhere in Texas, cleanup efforts continue, including in Georgetown.
I just lost everything in my big trailer. It's a voltage. I think it's a 24-inch trailer. We lost everything in it.
No ceasefire deal yet, but CBS's Weisha Zhang says Israel and Hamas appear to be getting closer.
Negotiators are also talking about both sides laying down weapons and how to get more aid into Gaza.
President Trump has sent a letter to Brazil. CBS's Linda Kenyon says the letter referred to former President Jair Bolsonaro, a Trump ally now on trial in Brazil.
While Trump has stated his tariffs are meant to correct trade imbalances, his levy against Brazil suggests personal grudges, not just economics at play. Trump has described Bolsonaro as a friend and has hosted him at Mar-a-Lago.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
Don't believe these myths about how to improve your credit. I'm Greg McBride with thebankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Credit building is filled with bogus advice, so don't be too quick to believe what you've heard. For example, you may think that closing old accounts will boost your credit score. No, this is a move that could ding your credit because you'll be left with a smaller amount of available credit and it will look like you're using more of it. But going out and applying for loads of new accounts in rapid succession definitely won't help either. Lenders will wonder why you need all that credit. Plus, all those applications will put lots of new hard inquiries on your credit report, which will knock down your credit score. Don't assume you have to carry a balance month to month on your credit card to build credit. You can build credit just as effectively and much cheaper by paying the balance in full every month and avoiding finance charges altogether. Making payments on time is the single biggest factor in your credit score. And finally, don't fret if you've had some credit missteps in the past. Newer, positive information will count more, and those previous events will count less as time goes along. For more on this, visit bankrate.com. I'm Greg McBride.
I'm Larry Magid with the Connect Safely report. There was a time when scam emails, text messages, and phone calls were relatively obvious because they often contain misspellings and grammatical errors. But now AI tools can help scammers create perfect-looking or sounding messages. The University of Wisconsin Information Technology Department has listed some red flags. Urgency. Scammers often pressure you to act immediately. Unusual requests, like sending money or gift cards or sharing sensitive information unexpectedly. Strange phrasing AI-generated content may still use odd word choices or language that is highly formal or otherwise doesn't seem natural. If something seems odd or off, trust your gut. More at connectsafely.org/radio. With the Connect Safely report, I'm Larry Magid for CBS News.
On Saturday, July 19th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., Bank of Hawaii invites you to come to their grand opening celebration and bring your appetite for a day of fun, free Mongi Pops, and food for purchase from the food truck this Saturday, July 19th. To learn more about Bank of Hawaii's new branch, visit boh.com/tumuning. Bank of Hawaii, member FDIC.
Get ready to run for something bigger than the finish line. It's the Run for Wishes. Saturday, September 13th at Leo Palace Resort. Choose your distance, 2K, 5K, 10K, or half marathon, and help grant life-changing wishes for children through the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Guam and CNMI. Every step you take brings hope. Every mile makes a difference. Early registration opens soon. Run for Wishes at Leo Palace Resort. Brought to you by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Glimpses Media, Protection Concepts Unlimited, and Cars Plus Guam.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good to Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on The Bright Side. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Doña if you are heading southbound. This is in front of the St. Francis School. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Tumuning if you are heading northbound to the intersection near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Dededo if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 26 Machechi Avenue. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from tomorrow, Friday, July 11 to Saturday, July 12 from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Motorists are advised that the DPW HMC crew, along with staff from the Department of Agriculture, will be tree trimming along the Route 1 in Hagåtña in preparation for the Liberation Day parade. Motorists should proceed with caution through the area and should expect temporary lane shifts and closures throughout the week. And that is your real deal traffic report here on The Bright Side, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 470 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 470 Auto.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, Wave 105. Let's see here. Okay, so I was wrong. Apparently, there was another Wittig, Herman P. Wittig, which I had shared, right? Who was awarded the Purple Heart and also was a private first class, but in the U.S. Army. And so when I was looking for a more comprehensive bio of Frank P. Wittig, also a private first class, but in the U.S. Marine Corps, I found it. And this is him because he was killed in action on August 3rd in the Battle of Finagayan in Guam. For his heroism and sacrifice of life, he was awarded the Medal of Honor. He was the 28th Marine to receive the Medal of Honor during World War II. Born in Derby, Connecticut, when he was 9, the family moved to Chicago. It was there he finished his student days at Crane Technical High School and then went to work at the Standard Transformer Company. On January 20, 1942, he left for recruit training. After enlisting in the United States Marine Corps, he left almost immediately for Pearl Harbor. And in January 1943, his family heard from him while he was in New Zealand. From there, he went to Bougainville, where he fought in 3 major battles. Then he went to the Guadalcanal for a rest. On July 21st, 1944, he's a liberator. The 3rd Marine Division invaded Guam. Private First Class Wittig was a Browning automatic rifleman and scout behind the Japanese lines. On September 8, 1944, his mother received a telegram from Washington informing her that her son had been killed on August 3rd. According to a combat correspondence release, he was slain at the Battle of the Mount Santa Rosa roadblock. He had only 8 cartridges left out of an original 240 rounds when he was found. On Sunday, May 20, 1945, 50,000 people, including his mother and General Alexander Vandegrift, Commandant of the Marine Corps, met in Soldier-filled Chicago to do honor his memory. Private First Class Frank Peter Wittig had earned the highest military award his country could give him, the Medal of Honor. He was initially buried in the Army, Navy, and Marine Corps Cemetery in Guam. Private First Class Wittig's remains were reinterred in the Rock Island National Cemetery in Illinois in 1949. And so the honor citation says, for his gallantry and intrepidity, I probably never even read that word ever until just now. Intrepidity and the risk of his life above and beyond the call of duty while serving with the 1st Battalion, 9th Marines, 3rd Marine Division during the Battle of Finagayan at Guam, Marianas on August 3rd. While his rifle platoon was halted by heavy surprise fire from well-camouflaged enemy positions, Private First Class Wittig daringly remained standing to fire a full magazine from his automatic point-blank range into a depression housing Japanese troops, killing 8 of the enemy and enabling the greater part of his platoon to take cover. During his platoon's withdrawal for consolidation of lines, he remained to safeguard a severely wounded comrade, courageously returning the enemy's fire until the arrival of stretcher bearers and then covering the evacuation by sustained fire as he moved backward toward his own lines. With his platoon again pinned down by a hostile machine gun, Private First Class Wittig, on his own initiative, moved forward boldly ahead of the reinforcing tanks and infantry, alternately throwing hand grenades and firing as he advanced to within 5 to 10 yards of the enemy position, destroying the hostile machine gun emplacement and an additional 8 Japanese before he himself was struck down by an enemy rifleman. His valiant and inspiring action effectively reduced the enemy's firepower, thereby enabling his platoon to attain its objective, and reflects the highest credit upon Private First Class Wittig and the United States Naval Service. He gallantly gave his life for his country. Wow. I think it's fitting, too, because, again, we had the public hearing earlier this morning on a bill that would exempt fees for a veteran's license plate. Bill 149, intended to honor aging veterans from the major wars of the 20th century. She said this bill is about recognizing that it is the 50th anniversary since the end of the Vietnam War in 1975, following U.S. withdrawal in 1973. She said the 72nd anniversary of the end of the Korean War in 1953, following U.S. withdrawal in 1949, and the 80th anniversary since the end of World War II. Many of the veterans who served in these conflicts are now over 70 years old and have continued to serve Guam in civilian life. She said what she wants to do is recognize their contributions through a waiver in license plate fees. This benefit would align with the current law that already waives registration fees for veterans with 100% service-connected disability or who are unemployable due to military injury. It also includes Gold Star families, those who lost an immediate family member in military service. She said, we are asking them also to register at the Guam Office of Veterans Affairs so we can swear to Congress that these are the veterans we have living in Guam. She called the fee waiver it's basically a token honor. It's the least we can do for our veterans, but one she hopes will have daily meaning for the veterans and show them we are trying to honor them. We're trying to thank them and that we do this right now. And so I wanted to play their testimonies. So the first testimony of a veteran that testified in favor of the bill is Senor Joseph Mofnis. And so he is let me see here before we play it. Retired Command Sergeant Major with 36 years in the U.S. Army.
My name is Joseph Mofnas, retired Command Sergeant Major of the United States Army with 36 years of service. I'm here today to express my full support for Bill 14938. Thank you, Senator July, and all the senators of the 38 Guam legislature for introducing and supporting this important bill. We often hear the word, thank you for your service, but what do those words really mean? After 36 years of service, serving our country, I still struggle to find a clear answer. As a veteran, we put ourselves in harm's way to protect the freedom we all enjoy, and yet, after our service ends, the recognition we receive often stops at those 5 words. We deserve more than that. This bill gives us hope. It is a light at the end of the tunnel. Though it might seem like a small piece of legislation to some, to us veterans, it means a great deal. It is a step forward in acknowledging the sacrifice we have made. I also want to note that when I met fellow veterans, they often mention that Guam's leaders are listening to us, whether it's about VA license plate, veterans indicator on driver's license, health care, access, or disability claim support. It is clear progress is being made. And that's thanks to all of you, our lawmakers, as well as the dedicated veterans organization that advocate for our needs here on Guam and in our neighboring islands like the CNMI, FSM, and Palau. I also want to recognize and thank the Governor and Lieutenant Governor for their effort in lobbying on behalf of the veterans, and Congressman Moylan for raising Guam veterans' concern in the halls of Congress. As we mark major war anniversary, 72 years since the Korean War, 80 years since World War II, and 50 years since the Vietnam War, we must ask how many of those who serve are still with us today? Not many. And yet, those who return often continue to serve our communities in other ways. That is why legislation like Bill 14938 is meaningful. It honors not only our past service, but our continuing commitment to this island and its people. In closing, I sincerely thank you, Senator July, and all the members of the 38th Guam Legislature for giving veterans like me the opportunity to be heard. Please continue to advocate for us. We deserve meaningful recognition, not just a thank you for your service, but action that truly reflects the sacrifice we made. And let us not forget the family who support our veterans while we're deployed or away. Their sacrifice often gone unseen, but they are just as important. Thank you again for allowing me to testify today in strong support of Bill 14938. Thank you very much.
Okay, and so this is Mr. Francisco, who also spoke in favor of Bill 149. And I apologize, I didn't get his first name because he was only introduced as Mr. Francisco.
You know, I'm here to testify in support of this bill, 149-38. But you know, I remember way back when I first testified in support of the Purple Heart Medal, and when we started this, they include all the other awards like the Bronze Star, Silver Star, Distinguished Cross, and the Purple Heart, you know. But today I'm here because, you know, I am excited to see that this is finally coming to the floor. I thank Senator San Agustin for amending that when the first special license plate was enacted, to amend that to include the Vietnam War. And what he did, he included all the other wars, and I thank Senator San Agustin for this. But also I'd like to thank Senator Teglahi, for amending San Agustin's bill to waive the fee for the Vietnam and the other war license plate. You know that I am the president of the Vietnam veteran, and I am the commander for the Military Order of the Purple Heart. We discussed this for so long with the Vietnam veteran during our regular meeting and board meeting, and we thank, like I said, Senator San Agustin for including the Vietnam War. I myself, I am so happy to be here because I represent the Vietnam veteran, and I share what they went through during the Vietnam War. I myself, as a wounded combat veteran, and I have a lot of other combat veterans that are wounded that, you know, I share their story while they're in Vietnam. And this bill, I think, is like a thank you for appreciating for their service and time that they served Vietnam since the war started until the war withdrew in 1973, ending in 1975. If you ever hear a story of a Vietnam veteran serving their country and the island, being in Vietnam for 1 year, and I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of them, and I share how I feel when I was in Vietnam, you know. When you spend month and month and month in the field, there's no Monday, there's no Sunday, and there's no Christmas. Every day is the same day, and I thank God that I returned home, but there's a lot that didn't return home. And for those that are here with the Vietnam veteran, I committed myself to pushing to waive this veteran's fee to make it free for the Vietnam veteran and the other war. So I thank all of you senators for supporting this bill, and I hope that this bill will be reality before this year is out, because I know that the senators going to be bringing this on the regular session in July, and I know that all the senators will support this, and I know that the governor will sign this bill. So again, thank you very much, Dankulu na Jesus Masi, on behalf of the Vietnam veteran of America. Dankulu Jesus Masi. Thank you.
That's pretty powerful, right? Reflecting on the hardships of war. He said, when you spend months and months in the field, there's no Monday, there's no Sunday, there's no Christmas. Every day is the same day. And he thanks God that he returned home, but remembers the many that did not. He said, there's a lot that didn't return home, and for those that are here, the Vietnam veterans, I committed myself to pushing to waive this veterans fee to make it free for the Vietnam veterans and the other wars. I think we have time for is Joe Malik still on the line?
No,
Okay.
not anymore.
Okay. Dan Go ahead.
One more, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we have time for one more till we get to the break. This is Dan Kogar, a board member of the Veterans Affairs, VVA, he says. I'm not sure what VVA means, but he's a 3-time veteran.
And again, thank you for this opportunity.
VVA is, Vietnam Veterans Affairs. Vietnam Veterans of America. There you go. My bad.
2024, on the 4th of July, they were having the function down at EPAL. And there's probably about 27 of us, not all just from the VVA. But we were all talking about this, and the issue came up on the license plates. And not only was it 100% supported with all the comments, but what's more touching, 8 of them are not here today. Just within a year. And those 8 would have loved to have had a veteran plate. And, you know, something my late mother taught me is when you go to defend or speak from your heart, don't write it. So, I got on Google and I typed in veteran license plate policies, and then I went through each state. And I only found 3 that did not waive the fee for veteran license plates. And one of them was Puerto Rico, where they have part of. The other one, America's Samoa. But all of the others, when you look at it, nationwide, this has been accepted. And part of the reasoning for it is, you know, it's an honorable way to say thank you for all of those that sacrificed. So, you know, to keep it short and not linger on, I fully support this bill. And I'm asking the entire legislature to please to do so. It's an honorable thing to do that's long overdue. And if we were to have this conversation, probably next year, there'll be another 8 to 12 people that have passed on since then. So with that, thank you very much for this opportunity.
All right. And so, again, when he was sharing, last year at EPAL Beach, when they were celebrating the 4th of July, which they do every year, he had said that some of those that were at EPAL Beach at the time are not even here today. And how much they have also been advocating for this bill. He said in 2024, veterans gathered I'm sorry, I lost it. Oh, there. The issue came up on the license plates. And not only was it 100% supported with all the comments, but what was more touching is 8 of them are not here today, just within a year. He mentioned that he Googled, right, veterans license plate policies. So I also looked it up too, and so I was looking at some of the other states And so California offers free veterans license plates for those disabled veterans. So they waive the charge for disabled veterans like we do here in Guam. This one waives it fully, right? You don't necessarily have to be a disabled veteran. That's already passed here in Guam. There are certain fees too, like in Minnesota I saw for license plates. They're charging $15. There is no fee for XPOW, Congressional Medal of Honor, or Gold Star plates. But for veterans plates other than those, $15.50 in Minnesota. To qualify, the form you received upon leaving the service, known as DD-214, or an equivalent document, must show dates of service. And this is the same here in Guam when I was looking it up. And they're asking them to go to GOVA as well. And so even Senator Teresa Lai was saying it's twofold too, because then when you go and you're vetted by GOVA, then you're added to the number that they can take to Congress and say, look, these are who have served, and these are accurate numbers because they have gone through the government's Veterans Affairs Office. And so we can take that and advocate for more funding for veterans benefits. Well, I'll play a couple more. Jose San Augustine's audio file after the break. So we'll do that. And then also Senator Teresa Lai in her closing. So we'll do that. There's also an update from the Guam Power Authority on Ukadu. It looks like there's a delay. So remember when they said September, we could be seeing Ukadu online? Something happened when they were testing it. And hopefully it goes online in October. So I'll pull up that release and I'll share it after this right here on Wave 105 KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. After the devastating floods in central Texas, residents are asking why they didn't get more notice about the impending raging waters. CBS's Karen Hua is in Kerrville.
Reporters continue to press officials about whether emergency alerts were sent in time for people to evacuate.
Those questions are going to be answered. I believe those questions need to be answered to the family of the missed loved ones, to the public.
For now, search efforts continue. Officials say they will not rest until all the missing are found.
The flooding affected animals as well as humans. CBS News Texas reporter Nicole Nielsen spoke with Sophia Proler of Best Friends Animal Society about flights that are taking animals out of local shelters to make room for flood-affected animals so none of them have to be euthanized.
These animals get a new life, and we can help the ones on the ground who still need support.
And without these emergency flights, organizers say shelter workers would be forced to make heartbreaking decisions. And they definitely don't want any more lost in a week already full of it.
At least 3 people have died in flash flooding in the mountain village town of Ruidoso, New Mexico. CBS's Carter Evans is there.
Now, the Rio Ruidoso, that's a mountain river. It surged from under 2 feet to over 20 in less than an hour. First responders conducted at least 85 swiftwater rescues, pulling people from cars, homes, and along riverbanks. New Mexico's governor has declared a state of emergency and is now urging the federal government to step in. Several roads in the area are still closed today, and the floodwater, this is the good news, it's receding right now.
A more than week-long strike by about 10,000 City of Philadelphia employees is coming to an end. Residential trash pickups will resume on Monday. CBS News Philadelphia's Dan Snyder.
As the city works to get back to normal, people we talked with hope they make cleaning up these neighborhood trash sites a priority.
This is disgusting. You got people that live in these neighborhoods. You got kids that live out here. Got to ride past us every day. Got the whole neighborhood smelling. Everything stinks out here.
I don't know, man. Maybe they look for volunteers. I hope to or something. I don't mind. I'm down for whatever. You know what I mean? This is my city. This is my neighborhood. I'm down for whatever.
The number of cases of a childhood disease once thought to have been practically eliminated in the United States is now at its highest level since 1992. The CDC reports nearly 1,300 confirmed measles cases across 38 states. Here's CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
This is the highest number of cases of measles in the U.S. in over 30 years, and we're only halfway through the year. So we will likely see many more cases by the end of 2025.
Outbreaks are concentrated in communities where parents don't have their children vaccinated. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A movie maker wants to step back in time.
Peter Jackson, whose King Kong remake featured giant prehistoric terror birds, is teaming with Colossal Biosciences, the same company that used DNA from extinct direwolves to generate new creatures, only Jackson wants to bring back the flightless 12-foot-tall moa bird. They were New Zealand natives, just like the Lord of the Rings director, but disappeared from Earth about 600 years ago. Jackson tells The Hollywood Reporter he's collected hundreds of moa bones that have already been sampled for DNA. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
2 former West Virginia prison guards have been sentenced to decades in prison for a jail assault that resulted in the death of an inmate in 2022. Quantez Burks was a pretrial detainee who died less than a day after he was booked into the jail. 6 other officers have either been indicted or have pleaded guilty in the case. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
More of what you need. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 5:06 p.m. and that is your time check on the bright side on Wave 105.1 FM.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Shout out to our sponsors over at Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Local Jerk. From our family farms to your family table, savor the freshness. Follow Local Jerk 671 on Instagram and Facebook or visit LocalJerkGuam.com. Micropack is open at their Timoning and Mall location. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions, delivering operational excellence and protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. Sherwin-Williams, rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Defend your home with Sherwin-Williams Loxin. Engineered for Guam's dry to wet season shift. Built tough, made to last. Protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Now's the time for your real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Orda if you are heading to the intersection that leads to Darrow Drive. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Hagåtña if you're heading northbound to the intersection near the Chief Kapua Park. Slow traffic on Route 8 in Barragata if you are heading to the Tri-intersection near the fire station. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Dededo if you're heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 26, Machechi Avenue. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Muning if you're heading northbound to the intersections that lead to Route 14 or near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Upper Tumon if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 16. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Tomorrow, Friday, July 11th, there will be pavement striping and marking activities that will be continuing along Route 1 between Route 8 and Route 6 intersection in Hagåtña. This will be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Intermittent lane closures in both directions are expected during work hours. Motorists are advised to plan accordingly and proceed with caution. And that is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the Bright Side, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 478 Auto.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
The night before, she reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door. She liked DVDs, tattoos, and Paramore. She'd say Hafa Adai.
All right, welcome back. Biba Webis, is Thursday, July 10, 671-922-1051. If you're close to a laptop, we're still online, the wave105.com, and our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. So GPA put out this release earlier today, announcing that it was informed by Guam Ukadu Power, the independent power producer that's contracted to operate the Ukadu power plant, that the facility's commissioning date may be extended. So today, is it today? It says June 10, 8:49 p.m. Okay. Ukadu steam turbine was placed online. It might have been a.m. Online, sending 3 megawatts successfully into the grid. However, as the unit was being loaded towards 50% capacity, the high-pressure portion of the steam turbine unit began experiencing vibrations. The units were consequently secured for investigation shortly thereafter. It has been determined that rubbing occurred between the turbine rotor and high-pressure turbine shell. The rotor and parts have been shipped via air freight to the manufacturer. June 10th. That's a whole month ago because it's July. My bad. Which means combined cycle unit testing and commissioning will begin about mid-September. And so the Guam Ukadu Power and its contractor, Doosan, are working diligently to meet the commissioning date of September 30. But potentially, the full commissioning could be moved to the end of October 2025. The root cause of the issue will continue to be investigated by both the manufacturer and Doosan to ensure a successful commissioning of the combined cycle plant. It is not unusual for circumstances such as this to occur during testing and commissioning of a power plant. However, Doosan has assured GPA that they will get the repairs and commissioning done as soon as possible. The 3 45 megawatt simple cycle combustion turbine machines are available and capable of producing a total of 135 megawatts, although there are emission permit constraints for operating under simple cycle. There is the potential for these machines to support GPA during periods of capacity shortage in lieu of load shedding during the ongoing testing period. The general manager, he said, I am relieved that the resulting potential delay of commissioning is not severe. The power plant was contracted in 2019 and is near full commissioning despite all the challenges that we had in COVID-19. This is from General Manager John Benavente. Despite the revised schedule, customers will continue to benefit from the recently approved Levelized Energy Adjustment Clause, the LEAC reduction, which takes effect next month in August. On average, residential customers will see approximately $53 in monthly savings compared to the prior LEAC rate. So there you go. The update is that because of the turbine that was placed online, as it was being loaded towards 50% capacity, the high pressure portion of the steam turbine unit began experiencing vibrations. The units were consequently secured for investigation. The root cause of the issue will continue to be investigated. However, they may not make that September 30 deadline or track to get it to be fully commissioned. And it could be moved to the end of October 2025. Joe Malik's on the line. Hafa Adai, senor. And also, I just want to clarify something on Bill 149. It's not you're not going to get your veteran's license plate fee waived if you're a veteran. It's if you are a veteran and any World War II veteran, Korean War veteran, and Vietnam War veteran registered with the Guam Office of Veterans Affairs. And so already veterans determined by U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs to be 100% disabled or individually unemployable due to military service connected injuries are already getting their veterans license fees waived. Okay, you can also be a spouse or a legal guardian or surviving spouse. So that would mean a Gold Star parent is also eligible to this, or a Gold Star family member. There are some others, but it's not for every veteran. It's outlined or in bold, underlined as World War II veteran, Korean War veteran, and Vietnam War veteran. Registered with GOVA. Okay, there you go. Joe Malik, Hafa Adai, senor. Senor, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, thanks for the history lesson on Camp Wittig. And so we were able to get Rob to call in and say that's his family's property. And so I don't want to trespass, senor, so I will pass. But then we were also able to have Miss Rose call in, and I was able to find exactly who we are honoring. So Camp Wittig is honoring Private First Class Frank P. Wittig of the United States Marine Corps. Reserve even. He was a reservist.
So I'm right.
Yeah, you are right. Of course you're right. We just don't want to trespass though, senor, so.
No. We'll just get done with this work. Maybe.
No, you know what we'll do? Do you have golf clubs? Maybe we'll hit the driving range there.
Yeah, they got
yeah. That's what we'll do.
out.
We'll go check it out, yeah. Okay, senor.
If you know the place, then I'll meet you there.
Okay, we'll set it up.
Saturday.
Saturday?
What time you gonna be here? I'll make my schedule.
Okay. Well, I don't want to commit just yet because I have to ask permission. I'm laughing, but I'm serious.
From the commander?
I'm serious. But yeah, I'll call you. Do you really want to do this? I'll call. Yeah.
Call me tomorrow.
Okay.
set the time and I'll be there.
Okay, senor.
I'll show you the place.
Yeah. Okay.
Sir?
Está
I'm on
Gupa.
my way to Alaska.
Alaska? Are you
Yeah,
gonna?
It's hot down here, bro.
Are you gonna make it back in time for golf?
Get the express
Okay.
plane.
Okay. Get one of
And if
those.
I would tell me-
What is it?
If I would put me in the duffel bag and
Hey,
put
maybe.
me on the express
Yeah.
mail,
We'll get into one of those B2s.
I'll call you tomorrow.
We cannot
and,
confirm or deny if it was here in Guam.
Huh?
Nothing. Nothing. Nothing, senor. Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
tomorrow?
senor. I'll call you tomorrow. We're not going to go golf tomorrow. I'll call you.
I'll say yeah.
Okay. Okay, senor.
You learned history today, so
Yes, I
I'll see
did.
you tomorrow.
Yes, I did. Yes. Okay.
Now you're not the only one.
I'm not the only one. Obviously,
Yeah.
we all learned. Yeah.
The history that needs to be reminded because a lot of people don't even know that place.
No. No, yeah. So, Private First Class Wittig, he's a liberator.
Is he in the Army?
He's
Marine?
Marine Corps.
Marine,
He's one of our liberators.
You know, what they should do is the military should build a monument on that place.
Yeah.
You want to build a monument? I will give you $1.
I would love to. I would love to support. I mean, obviously, I can't fund the whole thing, so we'll need some support from everyone else, yeah?
And like I said, the command post over in Agas. You ever notice that?
Command post in Hoggett.
Marines of the Suba.
So I know the War in the Pacific Memorial Park in Hoggett, yeah?
No, the command post of the Marines that came into Agas.
I don't know. I
It's
don't
a
even.
small
Oh, okay.
cement, maybe about 3 feet only. But there's a writing there. There's a command post.
I'll look that one up too.
Before you get to the traffic light,
Wait. Coming from where?
from
From Malesu? From Humatec?
No.
Coming from Sumai?
Cross Island Road.
Oh, from Cross Island. Okay. So, what, at the Payless Sumai? That's where it was?
No, before you get to Kimchi's store, on your right side.
Okay. There's houses there now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
It's about 3 feet.
3 feet? A command post
3
that's only...
feet, and there was fencing, and it says command post.
Marine Corps.
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
Okay, it's up to you.
Okay. Okay, senor. Okay.
let me Bob, open up my Halligan.
Hey. Make sure you're home, okay? Make sure you're home.
No, I'm gonna finish it here at the ranch
And then just stay home. Stay there.
and stay here for
Yeah.
until
Stay
tomorrow.
there until it's not even in your system, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay, senor.
Todo maulet.
Okay, hasta Gupa.
Oh, let's go back.
Oh, let's go. Okay, adios. Let me see here. Okay, so there was a couple more that I wanted to play, right? Director San Augustine, is he next?
Yes.
Let me see here. Okay, so Director San Augustine, he says, I would like to thank all the veterans that are present here and those that are not present for their service, and also those that are on active duty. Thank you for your continued service in the defense of our nation. Again, he's there in support of Bill 149, or he was there this morning, right? And he explains that the bill commemorates the end of the Vietnam War, Korean War, and World War II, and recognizes the continued contributions of veterans from those areas. It says, veterans from these areas continue to serve in our communities as role models. It's very inspiring, too. He's a veteran himself. And it was touching and inspiring and pretty emotional. And so here's the director of GOVA, the Government of Guam's Veterans Affairs Office Director.
I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your continued support of our island veterans. Our veterans, young or old, pride themselves for their service and sacrifices in the defense of our nation. As a community and leaders, we explore ways to show our gratitude for their service. Today, I appear before this humble body in support of Bill number 149-38 LS, authored by Senator Therese M. Terlahi, an act to amend subsection 7160E and subsection 7161F, Chapter 7, Title 16 Guam Code annotated, relative to waiving the veteran's license plate fee. Bill 149-38 recognizes the end and the anniversary of the Vietnam War, Korean War, and the World War II eras. Furthermore, veterans from these eras continue to serve in our communities as role models. As they slowly depart to their final journey as they age, as a small token to our elderly veterans, the passing of this bill will serve as a true testimony and commitment of appreciation to our older generation veterans, embraced, respected, and understood by our younger generation veterans. As you can see, the veterans present here today, most of them are Vietnam veterans behind me. These folks that are behind me, and I'll say this again, were my role models. I joined the military in 1979 and retired in 2009, a 30-year Marine veteran. There were role models because every day where I live up in Dedido, I see the airplanes take off, come in, land, take off, and I pretty much knew where they were heading. I never thought that in 2025 I'll be here testifying to support and recognize these humble veterans that have given their all and continue to give back into our community. I get goosebumps because these are very humble vets that if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be what I am. And like Dan said, speak the truth, and this is the truth. I joined the military because of them. I did 30 years because of them. And if y'all do not recognize every event that they have, I attend. Because I feel very welcome, very safe, but more so, I want to show the appreciation of what they do, what they have done for our nation, and what they continue to do here on our island. For this group of veterans, as you all mentioned, they take care of each other. They take care of the families, they take care of each veterans, that they're able to do so. And that takes a lot. That takes passion, that takes love. That takes commitment. When you take your family time away so that you could tend to veterans and their families. So I'm not sugarcoating anything. I will say it again to our Vietnam veterans, our elder veterans, our Koreans, and those that are still alive from World War II. You're my role model. Thank you. And that's why I continue to press to do what I do. I continue to enjoy and push hard to do whatever I could to do justice and do good things for our veterans and their families while I'm still alive.
Yeah. I would even, so, I mean, even just hearing it doesn't even do it justice. You got to watch it for yourself, too. So, when they were speaking in favor of this bill, 149, you can see the emotion, too, in just their body language, right? So it's on the legislature's YouTube channel. Senator Therese July said she's very moved by it. And she says that she can't say enough how grateful that she is able to do anything that is meaningful for them. It is one of the biggest joys of being a senator is getting to work with you. But so there was this conversation too where Senator Tony Atta, Vice Speaker Tony Atta was saying, what about this conversation? Or I guess he was having a conversation with somebody else, perhaps instead of waiving the fee, look at taking what the cost would be that the government would lose and then give it back to the community for the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, the Purple Heart Memorial, the Gold Star Family Memorial, and the Veterans Cemetery. And say it is an interesting concept. The veterans that were there, combat veterans, I have to say, that were there. And see, here's the thing too, is they didn't even have to they're not advocating for themselves, because they have this, they already have their veterans plates, right? They're combat veterans, disabled, 100% disability. But they're advocating for their fellow veterans too. And also to honor the ones that aren't even here today. It's a small token to honor them, because especially when you're driving, you see these license plates. Like I only understand it now when I watch these public hearings. The magnitude, the symbolism behind these plates, because you do notice them from all the other common license plates that we have here, right? They stick out. And so anytime you're driving around and you see them, at least for me now, I would reflect even more and thanking them and thinking and reflecting on the sacrifices of those that have come before us, right? And so it does mean something. So we stand to lose possibly $60,000 by waiving this. And so Vice Speaker Tony Atta was saying, what if we still collected these monies and then we just gave it right back to the organizations for these memorials? Senator Chris Barnett is correct too when he shared. He said, these memorials, they are immaculate. They are immaculate. And it's thanks to the volunteers. And a lot of times it is these men and women that spoke today that are well into their 60s and 70s and 80s that are doing the hard work. And then also the active duty military members that aren't even from here, that would pull in for some liberty, some R&R, and then they would volunteer throughout the community, and they would go to the schools and the veterans cemetery and to these memorials and clean it up as well. And so whatever they're doing now is working, Can they use more money? I think so. I think a conversation that can be had on a separate bill. Don't touch this bill. Don't amend this because they're trying to, at least what Senator Tello Tategui, because she has oversight over this committee. They're trying to finish this and get it through the committee report, so that it can be up for session for the agenda come late July. The sooner the better. So if the governor signs the bill, we're looking at mid-August, September for her to sign it, right? If it all goes through the agenda, if it gets onto the agenda, then the legislature passes it in the first week of August. Then mid-August, early September, governor signs it. And so when you hear from the veterans, they're saying just last year they lost 8. So yeah, it means a lot to them. But I would think on a separate bill, maybe other veterans, active duty military, because active duty military can go and get a veteran's license plate now that aren't these World War II, Korean War, and Gold Star family and Vietnam veterans, right? Just active duty military, National Guard, they have their own license plate too, and they're not disabled. They don't have a disability. That those fees, or even personalized plates, those fees can go towards veterans organizations so that that money can be used for these memorials. And that can be a separate bill. Because when Mr. Dan Kogar mentions, he says, my personal take on this is that my preference would be that we just waive the fees. And he talks about how there's a lot of veterans and active duty military members that are already doing this work. He says these relationships help with cemetery cleanups from the American Red Cross, Anderson Air Force Base, Camp Blas, community youth volunteers, and others upkeep tasks that older veterans, most of whom are now over 70, can no longer physically manage. So he's saying he would like to just waive it all and not keep this and then transfer it to organizations. On another bill, I think that's something that they can have a conversation on, because there are other veterans that have veterans plates too, and you can look into that. There's one more though, because again, Senator Theresa Lawley closed on the bill, and so again, it doesn't do it justice when you hear it. I would recommend watching it. And so she reflects on a personal experience when she went to Luta for a class reunion. And so she accompanied the class of 1968. And this class, a lot of them were drafted to go into the military to go fight in Vietnam. And so she reflected on that trip. And so here it is.
It was maybe 10 years ago or more. I had the privilege of going with the class of 1968, maybe. I'm trying to remember. They went to Rota, and they had a reunion. So I went there with them. I don't know why, but I was there, and unbelievable. I was privileged to hear their stories, because that was the class. They were being either drafted or volunteering, and it was really amazing to hear their laughter, their camaraderie, their jokes about, but really what struck me was their mother's reactions to them leaving, right? And I had not really thought about that because we just think about the veterans themselves, but then I was forced to think about their mother's reactions to them leaving, their sisters and brothers' reactions to them, and of course, probably the reactions to them coming back as well. So I'm just in awe of how you've been able to take that experience and turn it around and make it into such a positive lives and really honorable lives for 50 more years, right? And today, making us all so very proud, but also very humbled, because you're very humble. And so, again, we're just inspired by all you've done. I do hope that this bill will pass and just add to the small tokens that we are able to make to physically thank you while you are here, and immediately, if possible, because as you said, that is the reality of our situation, that we do not have the privilege of having you with us forever. And I am very grateful for something else, and that is that you all, especially those who are here, and these organizations, they've advocated. They've not just been quiet, but they've actually advocated, and we've obviously needed that, because otherwise, for example, Commander Francisco and many of you who are here already are eligible for fee waiver on the license plates because you are a medal recipient. Many of you in the room are medal recipients. Many of you are 100% disabled. So you didn't really need to push for this bill, but you did because you want to take care of your fellow veterans, and that I really appreciate. And so that's what we're going to do by this bill. Si Diyos Masi again for all of your testimony and all of your support. Si Diyos Masi, Madam Chair.
Yeah. We'll take we have to, one more break, right? Yeah. So again, I would say, even hearing it is powerful, but experiencing all of it, I would say go to the YouTube channel, Guam Legislature's YouTube, and check out the public hearing that happened this morning. Yeah. And so I wouldn't even skip any of it because Vice Speaker Tony Ada's bills, it's important to hear what they aim to do as well. And then after those two bills, you hear our combat veterans that are advocating for this small token of appreciation. All right, we'll take the break. After this, there is a release from Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes proposing Chief Brody Campus as the future home for Seafood Charter School. So that conversation has been happening, and we have something from a senator. And so I'll share that release after this right here on Wave 105.
CBS News Brief. As the search goes on for more than 170 people missing in flooding in central Texas, officials are asking residents to hold off on some recovery efforts. This is Kerr County Sheriff Larry Letha.
Community members are asked not to conduct debris management of their property until directed by law enforcement. There is also a no burn ban in Kerr County at this time till further notice.
And at least 3 people, including 2 young children, are dead in flooding in the mountain village of Ruidoso, New Mexico. CBS's Carter Evans is there.
Well, authorities spent the day searching for people who may still be missing, though it appears everyone's been accounted for. They've been focusing on areas that they couldn't reach before dark last night.
City of Philadelphia employees have agreed on a contract that will end a more than week-long strike. Residents are relieved.
Well, I'll believe it when the trash leaves and we're able to take the trash to curbside again. But I'm on the side of the workers, like whatever they want. Give them what they want.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
The CEO of Zoom says work-life balance doesn't exist, at least not now.
I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune Magazine with the Fortune Business Update. We're talking about the video conference software company that has redefined the modern workplace, making it possible to log in on a Zoom meeting from the beach, the couch, or anywhere in between. Its founder and CEO, Eric Yuan, says that for leaders, there is no work-life balance. In a recent survey with the Grit podcast, he tells his top team, work is life, life is work. But hold on, he also says that bleak picture may change completely. In the coming years, Yuan says more people will have a so-called digital twin, software that can act, talk, and think exactly like you. When that happens, he says, we may have to work only 3 or even 2 days a week, and work-life balance may tip the other way. I'm Jeff Colvin.
Calorie tracking for today. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Calorie counting? Oh, that's so 70s. But maybe you still do it. That's just what we've all been taught for when we're trying to lose weight. But there are calories, and then there are calories. Some are good and others less so. So a raw count wouldn't really help unless you take other factors into consideration. And that's where Fuel comes in. Fuel is an app that tracks your daily calorie consumption, factoring sugar content and the overall quality of what you eat. It then adds how well you keep hydrated, sleep, and the exercise you get. It uses that to create a 7-day average that helps you see the overall dietary picture. Interested? Then fuel up to a healthy diet at fuelcalories.app. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
Craving something spicy? Local Jerks, the Nancy and Beef Jerky will blow your mind. Veteran and locally owned, we bring the flavor. Visit localjerkguam.com or grab yours at Navy Exchange or Day by Day in Petey. Local Jerk, the hottest jerk to hit your mouth.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai Guam, it's The Guam Guy, and my podcast is now playing on Wave 105. Catch me every third Friday right after Patty at 10 a.m. for all things environment and adventure on The Guam Guy Show.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
It's the July Freedom Sales Event at Guam Auto Spot. Drive home a brand new 2025 GMC Canyon for as low as $336 per paycheck, or the 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for just $198 per paycheck. Active and retired military members get special discounts just for serving. Plus, check out our huge selection of quality used cars, priced to move. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO. Celebrate freedom. Drive with Autospot.
Now's that time for your last real deal traffic report here on The Bright Side. Slow traffic on Route 4 and 10 in Chalampago if you're heading to the intersection. That also leads to Zonia. Slow traffic on Route 8 in Barragata if you are heading to the Tri-intersection near the fire station. Slow traffic on Route 10 into Money if you are heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Airport. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Dedido if you're heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 26, Machechi Avenue. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Upper Tumon if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 16. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Tomorrow, Friday, July 11 to Saturday, July 12. from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Motorists are advised that the DPW HMC crew will be performing roadside maintenance, median maintenance, and grass cutting along Route 2A in Santa Rita, Sumai. There will be intermittent lane closures. The DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your last Real Deal traffic report here on The Bright Side, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 478 Auto.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
ISLA, Guam is where I'm from. Tautanu Itamoru, kingdom of our people. GUAM, island in the sun. From Jigo to Malessu, this land is all that we know. I said this land is all that we know. Come with me to my room.
All right, welcome back to Brightside right here on Wave 105. Viva Webis, it's Thursday. So this release came out from Senator Tina Rose Munoz Barnes proposing Chief Brody campus as a future home for SIFA Charter School. And so in this release, it says, in a move aimed at expanding educational access while maximizing the use of public resources, Senator Tina Rose Munoz Barnes has proposed the use of Chief Brody Memorial Elementary School campus as a potential new home for Science is Fun and Awesome Learning Academy Charter School, which is a middle school. With nearly 400 students and families impacted by SIFA's recent departure from its Teedson campus, Senator Barnes has reached out to both GDOE and SIFA leadership to explore a lease arrangement that would repurpose an otherwise unused GDOE facility while generating new revenue for Guam's traditional public schools. She said public resources should never sit idle when they can serve the next generation. This proposal gives SIFA students a safe and stable learning environment while also providing DOE with additional revenue without increasing costs to the government. Under the proposal, lease payments would be made from the existing charter school per student budget allocation and routed directly to GDOE. This arrangement avoids any new financial burden on DOE and supports broader educational equity by helping both systems, charter and public, thrive. Munoz Barnes acknowledges that some hurdles remain, including legal and logistical requirements, but emphasized that progress begins with the willingness to try. She said, I've reached out to both SIFA and GDOE in the hopes of finding a cooperative solution, but even if an agreement proves out of reach, it doesn't mean we shouldn't try. In fact, we should always dare to think boldly. If it doesn't work, we admit it and try again, even harder. That's how we lead. That's how we serve. She has pledged to work with DOE, SIFA, and her colleagues in the legislature to overcome any statutory or administrative challenges to ensure the success of this concept or any viable alternative that places students first. This is a moment where we can rise above red tape and political lines to do what's right for our students. She says, I'm ready to do the work, and I believe others will be too. Interesting. And so we know that the conversations have been made. Superintendent Eric Swanson even said that the board is going to be discussing it as well. And so when we had conversations on Chief Brody Memorial Elementary School becoming a middle school within GDOE, he said, well, it's going to come at a cost because that school is made for little people, for elementary students. And so that's the whole reason why I'm like, okay, well, SIFA is a middle school. And the reason why we were asking him if we can make this a middle school is because Tamuning, the Municipal Planning Council, has been asking for years for a middle school in the village of Tamuning. Resolutions have been voted on and approved by the Municipal Council of Tamuning to do this. And we've had conversations with the mayor, Luis Rivera, as to what are the challenges that Tamuning residents are facing. Well, in GDOE, the students go to Jose Rios Middle School, which is all the way down in PT. And so they would advocate. So this is, in a sense, taking down two birds with one stone, because SIFA is a middle school. And Tamuning would like this middle school. But can, in its current form, can it house a middle school? And so GDOE says no, not in its current form. And so that's why not without retrofitting it for middle school students. So it says 400 students. It looks like they can fit in there. I mean, where were they at before, in Tidzin? And so when you look at the campus at Chief Brody, it looks like they can fit about 400 students there. Because when I went to SIFA before, it looked like it was only one big, maybe two buildings. Yeah, 2 or 3 buildings, and they're 2-story also. And so there are no 2-story buildings over at Chief Brody, and there's a bunch of like temporary, they look like temporary buildings scattered throughout. But I think it's doable. But I'm glad even Senator Tina Rose Munoz Barnes, because I was a little bit worried about the cost. Like, don't let them stay there for free. The only reason why I say this is because we have been critical of GDOE. Oh, we can't maintain buildings. Ceilings are falling on students. Apparently, sinks are falling on students' feet. So we have to provide them the proper funding and resources for GDOE, because before there were charter schools, it was public school only, the traditional. And if we are saying then that, because I don't think we're there yet. I don't think that this government is not ready to just pull the trigger and say, enough of these public schools. It's not working. Let's just do the whole charter school system. Well, we haven't even fully tested if the charter school system's working. And so there needs to be a comprehensive report too on the success of charter schools, the students' progress, and even after they leave charter schools, where do they go? And how, and so if we are putting the parameters and raising standards on GDOE, then we should be, if these are taxpayer money, this is taxpayer money that goes to the charter schools, then there needs to be a standard too. They need to be held to some standards. And I'm not saying that they're not, but I don't see it as comprehensive, because just the law on you must have certified teachers. you must have nurses. That's not on the charter schools. And so, if we're saying that we don't need certified teachers in charter schools and the success rates are amazing, then why do we need certified teachers at GDOE then? Don't put the certifications on any of the teachers at this point if that's what we're saying. But we're not saying that yet. As a matter of fact, when they were trying to, there was a bill on the praxis test that you didn't need to pass those tests to teach at GDOE. We said no to that. Keep those standards. So, I think we still need to fully support GDOE before we start walking away from that, from GDOE. That's just my opinion, though. And so I'm glad Senator Tina Rose Munoz Barnes is not advocating that we just let them have Chief Brody. Let's put some money into GDOE and the facilities and the operations too, right? And so, I mean, Mr. Beneventi, Mayor Beneventi of Dededo, when he stepped down yesterday, he was very critical, not of the superintendent, but the board and the institution of GDOE too. And and the mayors too that wanted to be on the board for GDOE, they weren't lining up to take Mayor Beneventi's place. Thank goodness BJ Chalahi stepped up. And they said, good luck. 5:59 in the afternoon. We'll get out of here. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Yes.
Patty Arroyo, Rolling with Dice from 6 to 10. And then we've got national programming that gets us to another bright side with Issa and I right here on Wave 105. The OG himself, Rand Kaufman, is right after us tomorrow from 6 to 8. Everybody get home safe. Be kind to each other, especially out on those roads. Adios.
KGUM FM, Dededo, the talk of Guam.